could go all night long, singing to every song. I know you love it when I work it. I could go all night long, singing to every song. I know you love it when I work it. I know I'm in your head. I know I'm in your head. But she's laying in your bed. I bet you wish I was there instead. I know I'm in your head. I know I'm in your head. She's laying in your bed. I bet you wish I was there instead.
internet friends, and welcome to the NRG Neon Dream Invitational presented to you by the Army Guard, National Guard. I am Evie, aka Cute Noob, and along with me, I have Becky Bear and Zobi. Zobi, it's been a while since we've worked together. How are you?
I am doing amazing. You know, it's my first VCT off-season official event, and I'm so excited to be joined by both you and Becky for this amazing journey.
Yeah, I'm so excited too. I know you stated it. This is the first off-season VCT event. Becky, it's Monday. We get some Valorant. What are the vibes we're putting out here today?
I mean, the vibes are like, if you get a Monday and some Valorant gameplay action, like, it's a good Monday. Like, I've got my coffee, I'm ready to go, I'm ready to get into this, trying to keep those energy levels high. I know it's always difficult on a Monday, but we've got some things that are hopefully gonna perk you right up.
Yeah, I'm excited to see all of the awesome Valorant gameplay. You talked about the format a little bit. This is day one. We're going to have 2 days of this awesome event. Day one, we're going to bring you 3 best of ones as well as 1 best of 3. And that's going to be casted by Zobi and Becky. And then the best of 3 will be casted by Gompers and Athena. The overall event, which is going to be tomorrow as well, is going to be 3 best of 3. So we're going to have just a lot of Valorant. So I hope you guys are sitting down with some water, some popcorn, whatever you need. And let's talk about the prize pool. So overall, we have a $10,000 prize pool. This is, as we mentioned, an off-season event. So this is a pretty nice prize pool for an off-season event, right, ladies? Zobi, how do you feel about that?
Oh, for sure. You know, it's a great opportunity as well to get additional practice and outside of, you know, the Game Changers Open qualifiers, and maybe play against some teams, some matchups with that round robin format that you might not have necessarily met through those Game Changers Open qualifiers. You know, we see sometimes the seeding just stack up the same way each event, and you're stuck against the same team. So I'm hoping it gives an opportunity to get some new storylines, some new mix-ups.
Ooh, that kind of leads us into our next topic, which is, let's talk about the teams that we're going to be seeing here throughout this event. So over on Group A, Becky, who do we have?
On Group A, we've got FlyQuest Red, Oomphies, Teddy Tactics, and then, of course, the Army National Guard team themselves.
And over at Group B, Zobi?
We have YFPX, Mesos Millionaires, Refrag, and Give Wingman 2 nuclear devices with their new adorable logo.
Some of these names are so insane, like Oomphies. Just makes me feel, or it makes me think of like really yummy food. And I think that we can both all agree that Give Wingman 2 nuclear devices sounds super chaotic. So I'm kind of excited to see you guys say that over and over again.
And what I love about that team is they used to be called Give Wingman a nuclear device, right? So they didn't have enough power. They rebranded. They came back stronger.
Like, I feel like the reasoning has to be like, the Spike is already kind of one nuclear device, right? Like,
True.
I guess it's not technically nuclear, whatever you're gonna call Radianite, like, but it is pretty close, I feel like, within the world of Valorant. And so saying, you know, we already gave him the Spike, so why don't we give him another one, you know?
2 sounds like the best number. You got 2 hands. Wingman's got 2 hands, so they can definitely carry it over. Anyways, let's also talk about the people that made this event possible. So shout out to the Army National Guard. In case you guys are interested, this is a great opportunity for you to pursue different paths, especially to our Gen Z. We have part-time, they have tuition, they're able to pay for your tuition, so you're able to really pursue anything you want as well as helping out your country. So shout out to the Army National Guard for making this possible. And ladies, we already kind of have some insight into some of the teams that we will be watching here at the broadcast. So for round 1, we're going to be checking out Mesos Millionaires versus YFPX. Any thoughts on that matchup? Let's start off with you, Zobi.
Yeah, you know, I was diving into the archives, seeing if these 2 teams had any history, other than obviously a lot of the Game Changers players being friends that just play together on the regular. And although it is just a group match for seeding purposes, it is a little bit of a grudge match, you know? Mesos Millionaires was knocked out of main event Series 2 for Game Changers in that lower round 2 by the core of YFPX when they were known as Solstice. Granted, now you have a little bit of a roster change, namely Corrupt stepping in for Sabubu, but I mean, that 4 is still going strong.
Oh, that sounds really scary. You brought up a great point, which is there going to be revenge, and which side is it going to end on? Becky, any insight into that?
I mean, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult. Obviously, there's some roster changes, but YFPX is just like such a strong team. And while I kind of want to lean in their direction, we've also been able to see a lot of recent results from Mesos Millionaires across multiple tournaments and how they have really kind of been working as hard as any tier 1 team in the scene would be working right now. And so I think it's going to be closer than last time. I think I'm mostly just a little sad that their first run-in is just a best of 1. I would love to see a best of 3 rematch between those two teams.
There is never enough Valorant is what I got from that. We need more. Give us more. And then our second matchup. Now, mind you guys, if you're at home, make sure you're taking this with a grain of salt, because sometimes matches go longer, or sometimes, there's a new opportunity for us to get another game in. So these are just kind of what we're planning for, but they may be subject to change. But for round 2, we have Teddy Tactic versus the Army National Guard. Becky, any insight into Teddy Tactics?
I mean, Teddy Tactics feels like it's one of those just like iconic team names that if you've been in the scene long enough, you know Teddy Tactics. There are, again, some roster changes. I feel like that's just what the scene is going to have happen to it as it's going through changes. Rosters are going to have changes, and so it's going to have some newer names to it, but I'm still interested in seeing people like Hirosu and Arya really come out to shine in that Teddy Tactics team composition. And I feel like we're kind of getting like the little like girly back and forth here with Teddy Tactics going up against the Army National Guard team to start things off.
Ooh, Sobi, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I completely agree with the Teddy Tactics notion, right? They are like one of the longest standing core rosters, maybe other than Shopify Rebellion at the time, and they are going through those roster shifts. Kurosu is a substitute. They've been a sub player for them in open qualifiers. You know, Chip, I believe, going into retirement means that's the role that they're going to have to figure out how to fill moving forward, and this could maybe mean Kurosu could join the long-standing roster depending on how the NRG event is going to go. But let's talk about their opponents, the Army National Guard. I got to do some deep dive, right? Because these are just obviously members of the Army National Guard, and they're not avid pro players, but they are so excited to compete. They're kind of that plat to diamond peak range, but they have been taking this seriously, all right? They've been scrimming, they've been putting in the server time against, I believe it was the US Army esports team. Yes, I looked at their trackers, don't worry about it. And we might even have, a tried and true Phoenix main in the mix, so that can always spice up some compositions if they play it right.
Oh, Phoenix. I don't think we get blessed with enough Phoenix content, so I am really looking forward to that. So a lot of what I got from here is Teddy Tactics, tried and true to the game changer scene, Army National Guard team coming in here, testing out the waters and seeing how they can, come up against some of these rosters that have been going on for the long time. But for our final best of 1, we're going to have Refrag versus Mesos Millionaires. Both teams have gone up against each other in previous events. Zobi, what do you think we can expect from either one of those squads?
Yeah, we dived a little bit into Mesos Millionaires already, since we're going to see them in our first matchup against YFPX. But for the side of Refrag, right, they are the Reform GC core, just rebranded. I love that they kept the RF as their kind of signature name tag. But what's interesting is that Slandy, who was previously the IGL for that squad, has now moved over and become the IGL for Mesos Millionaires. So there's going to be, some camaraderie, but also maybe some mind games there where Slandy's going to be able to call really easily maybe what Mesos Millionaires is going to do. So I'm hoping to see maybe a freshen up the playbook, maybe some unconventional compositions, because if not, it's going to make it a lot easier for the side of Mesos Millionaires to get in Refrag's head.
Ooh, that's always a tough one. You know your opponent's strat book, and then you are already building counters to how to beat them. That's going to be a rough one there, Becky.
Yeah, I think that's going to potentially be a little bit of a rough match, but I also think that that's like a space. I mean, I think this is something that we're going to see from the Army National Guard team as well. Like, if you're just a complete wild card and you play some kind of unconventional agents, like, sometimes you're just going to take people by surprise and be able to get a few rounds in just because you're unpredictable, because you're not running out of the same book that everyone else is. And maybe Refrag will have that going for them in this tournament as well.
we shall see. So we have gave you a little bit of insight of what is to be expected for our day going forward. I also want to make one highlight, which is for all my Latinos and Latinas and Latinx that are watching us from home or gaming in our tournament, we want to wish you a happy Hispanic Heritage Month. Para todos nuestros Latinas, Latinx que están en casa o jugando en este torneo, les queremos decir que ojalá estén teniendo un feliz mes de independencia. And with that, we are going to be taking a small break. We're going to make sure that our teams are getting ready to go. And we want to make sure that you have the best action possible. So make sure that you go, grab some snacks, some water, get ready, because after this break, we're going to bring you some action. right? I said we were gonna come back with some action, and we are ready for y'all. We have the picks and bans for Miso Millionaire versus YFPX. And I'm just gonna give them to you straight off the bat, and then my lovely casters will discuss a little bit further. So we don't have a Lotus. We say bye-bye to Lotus. Buying is gonna be an absolute no, as well as Icebox. Ascent's also going to get thrown out the window, which I'm super happy about. Sunset's also going to be a buy. Abyss is going to go buy as well. And the chosen map is going to be Haven. Becky, how do you feel about Haven being the chosen map?
From a personal standpoint, I'm a little bit disappointed. I personally don't like Haven, but this is not about me. This is about our team. So I think that this makes a lot of sense. Before we were even going into this, we were saying we expected it to either be kind of Ascent, Abyss, or Haven. Ascent and Haven, we kind of would expect it to be, because those are just like typical best of one maps. But then both of these teams have had a little bit of success. I say a little bit because the map is still extremely new, so there hasn't been a ton of time to play it, but they have had success on Abyss. So I think it makes sense the way that we kind of saw this breakdown, and Zobi can go into that a little bit more as well.
Yeah, for sure. The early bans made sense. Like Lotus, Bind, Icebox, neither of these teams have really played that map, minus YFPX with one loss actually in the last open qualifiers for Series 3. But then when we actually get to the picks, Haven's going to be an insane battle because, you know, with the recent Game Changers events, neither of these teams have lost this map. You know, 5-0 for YFPX looking at open qualifiers 1 and 2, wow. And for Mesos, 4-0 looking at SGGP champions and Game Changers open qualifier number 2. Now, Evie, you casted SGGP. Do you remember this team on Haven at all?
I do, and honestly, they were insane. You're making me kind of dig into the box, but it's okay. They are a team
Put you on the
that
spot.
Number one. I basically have gotten coaching from Annie, which is Animal, and her POV of the game is so solid, and the way that her perspective of how to play certain maps is very detailed. So I'm really excited to see how that squad kind of came together and really strategized. But I think overall they also did have subs throughout the SGGP event. So I didn't get to see the core of it. So now we get to see that core of it, and we get to see how they're gonna really pan out here. So anyways, I think that this is gonna be a really great matchup. You guys both brought up very amazing points, which is the fact that none of these teams are defeated on this map specifically. From the Game Changer series, recent Game Changer series. So I think my big question here, Becky's gonna be, what do you think they're going to do in order to counter one another? And do you believe that they went back and watched each other's VODs to kind of strategize against it?
Oh, I mean, I can't see why you wouldn't do something like that. I don't know that that is going to mean a counter in the form of anything more than just strategy. And I think there's something to be said, if both of you are going into a situation with an anticipation to counter something from the other team, if that kind of is just going to leave you both waiting. So I would be interested to see which team, presumably with the assumption that they came in studying some of the previous things that each team did, with an active game plan instead of a reactive game plan. Because I find when a lot of teams try to do something that is studying what their opponents did, they end up playing a bit too passively, a bit too reactively, and sometimes that ends up biting them more than if they would have just stuck to those same original game plans and just taken those collisions with some of that information that was coming anyway. And if I had to guess which one of these teams is going to be the more aggressive one, I would kind of put that on to YFPX, and I think that that maybe gives them a little bit of an edge into this map.
So Zobi, Becky just said, all right, YFPX is going to be the aggressor, right? Do you think that comes from the fact that they just had a really great Game Changer series, and they're feeling that momentum of their team coming together?
I mean, I think in that regard, they are going to have that confidence behind them, right? A huge upset over Shopify Rebellion to qualify for the main event. But I think I'm going to disagree. Mesos Millionaires, last time I talked to Fluffy, this is a squad that does not purely reactive, and they adapt on the fly. Now, obviously, Randy joined the mix, more GL, and that plus Animal's ideas that you mentioned, Cute Noob, I think they are going to have a little bit more likely of a structure behind them. But otherwise, I think they're going to be the aggressive, adaptive ones. So we'll see who's right.
I am so excited just from everything that you guys have brought onto our plates here. It's a lot, right? Number one, Slandy, new IGL for the squad, coming in here, trying to take Miso's Millionaires up to the next level. Because even for my research, Miso's Millionaires, they've been through a lot of tournaments, but they've also haven't set into this core team yet. A lot of these teams that we're going to see here, they've played with one another in different tournaments, but they haven't found like their set 5. And I think that this specific tournament is really great to trial a team and see what the vibe is going to be for them. But YFP is a team that's just set in stone. They know what they like. They did great together. So are they going to be able to continue with that momentum of winning and be able to get this victory and move themselves even forward, even though this is just a best of 1? So I think it's great to be like, best of 1, who's gonna take it? Casters, go ahead.
Oh, all right. Lock-ins are starting. I'm already kind of eyeing what feels like a pretty standard comp from Meso's Millionaires, which I kind of would expect this. I think the only thing that's a little bit surprising is this fall back onto the Neon, which I think some teams like and some teams would rather go with something different. And then the big difference between these two of something like the Killjoy versus the Cypher, which I do think kind of ends up just being a player preference pick.
Yeah, no, I think for YFPX, they are running the composition that they have been running in these open qualifiers. Meso's Millionaires actually going with a new composition. I didn't get to leak this when we were over on the analyst desk, but Tedious Fluffy has played a Clove here and there on this map. So going back to that Omen, which I think you favored, Becky, because of that paranoia and that ability to take engagements, but also it was typically Edith on the Jet. So maybe they're feeling the Neon today, or maybe it's part of that Slandy big brain play to counteract some of the YFPX plays.
Yeah, I think there's something also to be said going to my favoring of the Omen. I feel like there's just such a limit to both time and space that something like the Clove can cover. I would have expected, if it was a pick, for it to be on the attacking side, because then you're less limited for the majority of rounds that you're likely to play. But I do think that something like the Omen goes a lot better with the Neon, because there's just like a little bit more utility synergy that's there than something like the Clove. So I think I like that you point out that maybe it's because of the Neon that we're going to the Omen, because I think that's almost certainly it. Neon sometimes just requires a little more assistance with utility from something like a Breach and an Omen to make it really sing. Whereas Jet can be a little more like self-serving a lot of the time. So I am interested to see how that's going to kind of weave into this. And I do think, once again, that something like the Neon is really good when you're starting on the attack, because you're likely to be playing with the rest of your team and a lot of those other utility strength agents for longer in the game.
Well, we get to start jumping into the action here, and like you mentioned, it is going to be Meso's Millionaire starting out on the attack, YFPX on that defense. And interestingly enough, we talked about, aggression and how YFPX was going to approach that. We don't really see any semblance of that, at least for the pistol round strat. Just backside anchors, maybe trying to deny any information that Habibti and this, Sova Dart are going to be fine. But now, just A main, scale up, denial information from the Dart cover. Business as usual, but there's also a secondary quest here through Garage.
My camera is... I must wait.
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting split up that we're seeing, but I'm interested in the decision that's gone with it. That Paranoia is coming out, Dark covers as well, to slowly be able to get Tedious Fluffy and Animal onto site. But the rotations from the side of YFPX are very quick and very quick to shut down those players who got onto site. Very sharp racking of the kills here, finds two. Melia is going to be the one to find that final pick there, and a quick start goes to YFPX. That rotation and that kind of feeling around the map to see where exactly is the correct spot to execute maybe could have been a little bit more clinical from Meso's Millionaires.
Oh, for sure. And nothing is scarier than a breach anchor on the C set. I'm not going to lie to you. Sometimes that agent is better at holding down C than a is, I swear. If you get the right fault line, you can swing beautifully around that center box, and that's exactly what Scary Shark was able to accomplish to get that 3K pistol for YFPX. So now, standard buy pretty much going to come through here. So we got to see Mesos Millionaires get creative if they won't get a chance at this eco. But so far, it just seems like a C fake, maybe trying to draw players over to there, while the Spike wants to head A. But my concern here is, you know, that should get spotted out fairly easily by Marceline, who's put A long.
Yeah, I actually really like Mesos Millionaires putting a lot of attention over towards grabbing that orb on C long. It's a very easy place to go ahead and grab an orb and start to get yourself a little bit of a leg up in this match, especially when you went down and you're kind of just having these rounds where you're like, let's see what we can make happen. And you mentioned that it would be difficult for them to make something happen through Marceline, and you're certainly correct to have fallen to that outlaw. And now it's a slow push on site, but the gun power coming from the side of YFPX just seems to be a little bit too much for the Millionaires with the Mesos.
And it's nearly flawless at this point. Edith was able to shut down Marceline, but now they're getting surrounded by all sides. And Elaborate's going to make that. So they're going to keep these expensive traffic if carried forward or not here as well. But regardless, I felt like, you mentioned about Edith being more of an orb collection approach there. But maybe if through, you know, some Sylvie utility or some breeding over toward, then they might have been able to draw Marceline off of that long angle. But that anchorage is able to shut down go player, deny spike plant, which is huge for Lair from a con. You're gonna see it already showing, right? Light shield, guardian in the mix. As a result, we'll see how this works out for the bonus of YF.
Nice. Shoot down of that dart, trying to deny as much information as possible. A lot of attention over towards this A site from the defensive side. Will they be able to stand up with anything? First collision's going to be with Edith. Edith maybe not ready for multiple people to be coming around that corner and pulls that bait utility a little bit too soon, but thankfully that communication over to Slandy goes pretty successfully. So a lot of the attention and pressure taken off of that A angle there for the side of Mesos Millionaires. Lost one, but able to take down 3, make it 4 with Teddy as Fluffy swinging around that, and you know that Elaborate is playing over towards that C side of the map, so A is safe for the taking for Mesos Millionaires in this third round.
And we'll see if Elaborate can do anything to disrupt the economy, disrupt the buy.
Oh, hello
by Teddy as Fluffy, and that trademarked aggression from her. And that's going to keep it pretty much flawless for Mesos Millionaires. I talked about the economic bump of not getting the plant out on that second round, but it's just been smoothed out by how clean that buy round was. But this is YFPX, the chance just to kind of maintain now that rifles are back in hand. And we might start getting to see some ultimates on the table, right? Edith with some of those eco round frags, one off from the overdrive. We also could see the blades from Marceline if they open it up like they did with that outlaw previously. So to see how things shape up here. But looks like it's gonna be a fast, maybe B or take, a grass take, or maybe even a C split here since these players are long, and Teddy's Fluffy's found Elaborate as well. That's all that Cypher utility neutralized.
Yeah, I feel like that would certainly be making my eyes go turning towards this CSI. Melia maybe anticipating that an onslaught could be headed this way, but I've got to give it to Mesos Millionaires. Playing a little bit more steady, a little bit further back now, instead of immediately going for a descent after that pick onto that Cypher. So this is a situation where I maybe wish they were giving a little bit more attention to the middle part of the map, in fear that they could be preparing to move over towards the C site. But after waiting a sec for some of that utility to be back up, they are descending upon the site. 2-for-2 trade back and forth, though. That's the downside to waiting that time out, is it means your opponents have had the moment to make these rotations, but the agent advantage is still in the hands of Mesos Millionaires. Make that go right away as Corrupt is able to shut down a player in Garage from the side of Mesos Millionaires. Get that owl drone for a little bit of extra information, and with the bomb not down, YFPX could still make this happen, but Scary Shark a little worse for wear on HP. Certainly now the case, now that Teddy's Fluffy has been able to find that third pick into this round. Dark cover goes out, and that's going to be the moment the spike can go down, and ready, prepared to make sure that if Slandy isn't able to get that pick, you're in both of our sites. So nice second round to be able to pick up for Mesos Millionaires there, and on the equalizer round at that.
For sure, like I said, preventing YFPX from extending lead, and it really came out of that coordination. Once they were able to take site, once they were able to kind of isolate these players that were pushing in through CT. And although they don't get the plant down until after the round is concluded, it was that kind of off-tier angling there between, like you mentioned, Slandy and Teddy's Fluffy. So great there. But look at this eco play YFPX is about to set up. And it feels like Mason Millionaires is about to walk right into the trap.
We'll see if that's going to be the case, but if you're just taking shots down long, those Vandals are certainly going to be a lot stronger, save for a single Marshall that is on the side of YFPX, but with one player down and half HP on this Cypher, but at least those tripwires could still be active. Unfortunately, the only tripwire to talk about is in Garage, not long. And unable to stop the run-in that's happening from this Neon. Unfortunately concussed and blinded for the side of YFPX. Players fall left and right, and it's a flawless round for Mesos Millionaires.
I feel like this definitely started to pinpoint YFPX in their approach. Obviously, credit there. Also, YFPX like full stack now because it is an eco. But aside that, Mesos Millionaires again keeping it strong means they're gonna have great economy moving forward. They've also started to build up these ultimates versus YFPX. You saw it; the blades were popped by Marceline, and that is one level to work with without that converted round. Granted, sort of salt. The fact that we have some big coming online, and YFPX has changed the defensive spread. Right, 3 players this time towards A. That Breach is trying to facilitate Marceline. But again, Mesos Millionaires in this default, right? They ensure there's no kind of aggressive play out mid. They deny that control, and then they scale up everywhere simultaneously, so you don't know where they're going until it feels.
Yeah, and it feels like we're really only seeing aggressiveness from the side of YFPX from Marceline here, and when they're on these kind of eco rounds. And even then, it feels like it's been a little bit maybe being shy from the one round that they got really aggressive and got all shut down by Slandy and Edith at the start outside of A. But we'll see if Marceline slowly coming up on this A long area, if this is going to be the breakpoint moment. Peeks right into one. The lineup narrowly not there, but is still going to be able to find 3. The headshots ringing true. A lot of damage onto Slandy. Let's peek right into Edith as well. Cloudburst to try and stay safe. You can hear the footsteps. Pick up 4. Make it an ace. All on Marceline on this Jett to equalize the match.
And if you can't pinpoint where Mesos Millionaires is headed, then you can test them head on. And when you have a force, a tip of the spear like YFPX does in Marceline, who's able to pull off an ace, a heroic play like that, yeah, you're going to be set here. That's how they were able to kind of read that this was a default and scale up accordingly without fear of that confrontation until they were ready to take on those duels. And I mean, obviously Mesos Millionaires could have been better with some utility usage there instead of Edith just diving in solo and the rest of the team trying to pick up those pieces. But at the end of the day, it's equated here again 3-3.
Oh, and Marceline getting aggressive once again, says that, hey, it worked for me that first time. Let's see if I can make something happen here again. And immediately shuts down Edith upon running down through A sewers. And, oh, Scary Shark says, what are you doing here? Shuts down Teddy as Fluffy after that quick teleport into A heaven. And the peaks around the corner are just not in Mesos Millionaires' corner this time around. Quick descent from all of the defensive side to try and take down Animal, who's just trying to have a moment to breathe here. And Animal is not going to get that opportunity if they swing here out of A main. This high, low, and the power of friendship. 2 players ready to get this trade, ready to keep all these rifles in hand. And YFPX again going to edge forward ahead of their competition. Very nicely done from the side of YFPX. I mean, I think there's something to be said for when they're able to start fighting. It kind of just feels like it's non-stop. And I think that that is maybe a place where Mesos Millionaires could be fixing what they're doing. Like, maybe we don't all kind of one by one fall into the hands of YFPX. And I feel like that's something when we were studying one of Mesos Millionaires' games going into this, we did see them lose a few rounds where sometimes they maybe just overheat a little bit and they just decide, okay, let's all just go in, but it's like slightly discordant. And that could be one of the things that is maybe a suffering of their newer team composition that's not used to playing fully coordinated yet.
4-3. This is where we're finally gonna maybe see that cacophony of ultimates. Depends on the buy here for YFPX. And again, it's just Mesos Millionaires. They default, they find an opening, and Teddy is Fluffy has found a huge opening here. The backstab through CT of C site. And ooh, fortunately, Scary Shark's able to shut them down, but not before the rest of the team take space elsewhere, but that space has been relinquished, and over aggression trying to get rid of that Cypher utility, and now comes the retake off the Rolling Thunder. But look at all the players from ASOS. They're playing offsite purposely. They understood that was going to happen, and they had their own post-play ults to work with. Hunters, Fury, Rolling Thunder, and here they come to deny that spike. Defusal all in quick succession, one after the other, trying to play down this clock as far as possible, but Elaborate's gotten ahead of all of it, and they are the pressure here. Yes, the recon bolt gets the ping out, but this cage is blocking visibility, blocking the stick, and Scary Shark has gotten all the way.
Wow, and that was a lot of ultimates used from the side of Mesos Millionaires to still get taken down in that match. I mean, first off, Elaborate just standing in that cubby and basically evading all of those pieces of utility from that Hunter's Fury to the Rolling Thunder is just such a difficult place to be, just making sure that Scary Shark can sit there on site and go for that defuse. I mean, such bold plays coming in from YFPX, and Mesos Millionaires maybe feeling a little bit shaken after a few of those rounds.
Well, I'm not sure gonna have to take a timeout, but YFPX has kind of broken that back and forth curse, and they're feeling confident. They're feeling confident enough to go on the proactive, and they're trying to make sure that Teddy's Fluffy doesn't get away with that same C-Lurk play as before, and they've done so successfully, not only finding Teddy is Fluffy, but Animal as well, and now, unfortunately, a 1-for-1 trade makes this a 2v3. Fortunately, though, for Mesos Millionaires, there is that overdrive online, and it looks like they could pop it to sell an A fake here, or they're just going to use the fast lane, all try to draw numbers over. The out drone, though, is going to see nothing, and so this this kind of journey here of these two players is just going to continue for YFPX. They've cleared all these players, and now Edith is going to be in for a rude awakening. Barrel spotted, the double swing, and now Slandy, although they get a free C site, it's still going to be a 1v3 clutch.
Yeah, this is a little bit rough place for Slandy to be, but the bomb is going to go down, as you mentioned, and now we're just going to see if we can be in the right spot to be prepared for when this retake attempt is made. Slandy anticipating somebody is going to come
right there
from backside spawn, but that is not where anyone is for YFPX. They are all waiting, coming from their own spawn. The wraparound into garage. The defuse is started. The dark cover is out. Gonna try and take the fights with the people we can see, but that fight does not go Slandy's way. The defuse is gonna be handed over to Scary Shark. Get a little bit closer to that Rolling Thunder for the side of YFPX, who have found themselves with twice the amount of rounds of Mesos Millionaires.
And they got that safeguard as well, so they can continue to maybe go for these proactive plays without too much worry, just to see if it's able to pull any more rounds together. Now, Mesos Millionaires, they've been sitting on this overdrive, so I maybe want to see Edith kind of, again, the tip of the spear. They were able to find some nice entry frags prior, make some space, particularly on the C side. That's exactly what seems to be the device they're going to take, right? Animal might go for that mid-information denial that they've been doing with the Swarm Grenade, but I'm hoping they're going to group up and maybe go for that lockdown here in sewers. But unfortunately, I think that's why there's this stack in this front of aggression from YFPX again. They haven't changed as part of their defense because it's working, it's denying A, and now your duelist is at half health and likely no shield for this entry with a stinger of all weapons, so that's going to make things even harder.
Yeah, I do like this kind of... it feels like a little bit of a gamble stack from the attacking side as well, but I'm kind of here for it, where they're like, you know what, Marceline has tried to harness lightning in a bottle after that ace round, so let's see if Marceline pushes up this time again, and we'll have a little high-low angle and see if we can just like capitalize on at least one. But this time around, Marceline does not go for that same extreme aggression, and instead stands back and is able to be rewarded by still being able to rack up these kills, taking down Edith and Teddy's Fluffy.
At the moment, again, the aggression from YFPX pans out. Obviously, they can confidently do so in a 5v3 situation. Now, it's just hoping they can find a frag with these worst weapons with these deagles, but unfortunately the GC Dig does not hit this go around, and instead it's YFPX with a flawless denial, a guaranteed lead at the half, and Mesos Millionaires, again, have to go back to the drawing board. Yes, this time they have rifles. They had to pinpoint what was working beforehand, and that's why they're going to take the additional time to contemplate with a timeout.
Yeah, I'm excited that, well, it seems weird to say like excited to hear a timeout, but this is a place where, yeah, now that you've at least got this far behind, being like, okay, not being able to equalize, we're not trying to let any more fall through the cracks here, especially now that we have the overdrive and the lockdown. This is also an opportunity where you're like, how do we make the most out of these ultimates, but how do we also kind of stop from getting taken down by some ultimates of YFPX. Thankfully, a lot of the ultimates from YFPX are like, if the Bladestorm comes out, okay, you're just going to be scared of Marceline the same way you've been scared of Marceline with a Vandal in all of these other rounds. The From the Shadows isn't likely to be as impactful. I'm always happy to be proven wrong when it does happen, though, but it's one of those kind of sink or swim ultimates. And then something like the Neural Theft, like, try not to die is like just the weirdest advice that you can give, but also the most applicable to something like that. So it feels like you're just trying to see, okay, how can we get our super high impact ultimates to really cover as much ground as possible for the side of Mesos Millionaires with these weapons that they have now, as well as maybe continue to try and pick up those ultimate orbs that we've seen them really kind of prioritize over towards C, so that they can have them continue to be pushed into these later rounds and get a little bit closer to a 7-5 half for them.
At this point, I haven't really seen too many of the changes from Mesos Millionaires in that timeout just yet, other than instead of going for A after the default, it's the C site lean, which has worked if they are able to punish an overextension from Elaborate. But Elaborate playing a little bit more cautious here. Animal could be huge if they scale up at just the right time and find Elaborate, because then they don't have to deal with all this utility in main, but they still don't have to deal with it. Shock darts, all beautiful, but this is where the breach utility comes in to stall them out on this choke point and allow them to strike like this. They don't even need to destroy the Sova utility because they are just going to spray down all of those players while they're stunned, and Animal trying to pick up the pieces of a broken round, and while they find 1 and 2, they're not capable to find 3 and 4 because Corrupt is able to get the window swing coming to their teammates. Aiden 8-3 now, favoring YFPX.
I think that was just a great show of the rotations and the way that they have each of these agents placed across this map. Like, there's a reason for it. And it's been so similar every single round that you know that this is something that YFPX have thought through. They're trying to keep as many people there. Like, normally you feel like Sentinels just kind of get left all on their own on sites, but we're keeping something like that Omen and that Breach as close as possible to be able to go in for that support for plays like that, to be able to capitalize off of that utility instead of just leaving your Sentinel to be like, okay, you play off of your utility. No, we're all going to play off of each other's utility and capitalize on it when the time comes, and that's how you get rounds like that. But Mesos Millionaires say, we're done with all that utility. Let's try to go A. Let's see if we can fight against the Sova and the Jet, and so far so okay, as Melia says, I don't even think I can get into a great place, so I'm just going to go ahead, use this From the Shadows, relocate myself a little bit, and maybe try to be unpredictable. And, you know, sometimes the From the Shadows is just a try and guess where the Omen is game.
Yeah, I mean, it kept the Sova off site, so that was a plus here. But unfortunately, that's not going to be enough because that player, like you said, Melly, who was playing from Heaven, is not able to find much, and Elaborate is going to find a similar fate here. Regardless, so that means this is going to be an 8-4 half. Mesos Millionaires stem the bleeding with those ultimates that had been sitting on for 3 or 4 rounds. So jumping into this half where, you know, they have really good retake ultimates, right? Like that Lockdown, like that Rolling Thunder, even a Hunter's Fury that can enable, right, a scale up from Edith, a scale up from a Neon player. That's where I'm going to need to see them use them a bit more frequently, because they're getting the frags to get them online on par to what YFPX is doing, but YFPX was so much faster to use them without much concern for if there was necessarily going to be a round conversion or not, and more often than not there was with that follow-up. But other than that, Mesos Millionaires, it needs to start in my mind with this pistol, and fortunately they lost the first half pistols, so this would be a great remedy. And it's going to be off this aggression. Look, B main, 3 players already.
Ooh, and as I mentioned, that's like the Breach and the Omen to hang out with somebody like this Neon, see if we can make some of the utilities sing together, but just gonna be a quick shutdown, mid versus mid aggression from both of these teams, and it is gonna be Teddy as Fluffy and Edith to fall first things first into this match, but the aggression still not coming through from YFP, and it's gonna prompt Animal to try and go for a little bit of a lurk, but there is a little bit of a tripwire to try and slow things down there. Instead, it's gonna be another collision towards mid, and it's gonna be Melia who takes that one. down for the side of YFPX, who are now not even committing to this B site fully. Looks like we are going to get that bomb down, but the rest of the team trying to see if they can kind of prowl around for another pick here.
Yeah, that was just a very hard read and hard denial there. We talked to them pre-show where you're like, YFPX is going to be the aggressive ones. Now it's like, no, Mesos Millionaires! And looking at just the pistol side-by-sides on their defense, I think we have a clear victor at this point. And it's been punished, and now he's on par for a flawless, but unfortunately, Animal are able to seek an upgrade here. And at this point, it's going to be just looking for this player, and the trades will eventually come through.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. Like, I'll go ahead and eat some of my words that I had earlier. I was saying that if you study what your opponents typically do, it usually leads to people being a little more reactive rather than proactive, and sometimes that can end up hurting a team and hurt making plans for a team. But I find actually the opposite has been the case for both of these teams. They're both trying to be proactive, and it's just worked a little bit better for YFP. Especially when they were on defense, they were just doing a lot better job of kind of peeking out and dismantling the default plays that were happening from Mesos Millionaires. And like, that's kind of reactive, but the way that they were peeking out, the times that they were peeking out, the way that they were using their utility was very proactive based on the information that they were getting in each of those rounds. And it's cool to see them still have a little bit of that now on the attacking side, and the coordination that's coming through that as well.
For sure. And so you mentioned, right, that YFPX was able to disable the Mesos Millionaires default. We'll get to see if Mesos can do a similar thing moving forward in this half. But for now, obviously, it's another eco round since they lost another pistol. And that results in this gamble stack over towards C. And they might not have dismantled the default if the default runs right into them, right? They haven't gotten any information, and I don't know if the drone is going to get deep enough into long to spot Ethiot either, so they don't know that they're going to be walking into a stacked site here, which made things a little bit scary. The dart is in, gets a ping on nobody here, and that's a cause for concern, a cause for hesitation, and now even a cause for rotation. They have narrowly dodged a bullet, and you can see them sending Teddy and Fluffy out to see if they really have rotated. It seems like they also haven't gotten enough information to leave C-site, and it might be too late. You've gotten 2 frags, you might as well execute.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad. I feel like we're continuously feeding Teddy as Fluffy to the wolves here, but Scary Shark finding 3. The peek outs fully come out for Mesos Millionaires. The back and forth on this C site is making me a little bit nauseous here, but Melia's going to be the one to find that final pick and get YFP a 10th round, double digits, and pretty far ahead of Mesos Millionaires on this map.
Double digits there is rough. This is going to be a must-win round, and interestingly enough, Shark will pull out the Outlaw over Marceline, who really used that to solidify, I would say, an advantage early out the gate during that first half. But again, just the quick calling from YFPX there, how structured it was, right? They somehow feel like something's iffy on the C site. They are about to rotate, and they leave that one player, gets to and says, all right, now we commit. Now we're not going to get overwhelmed by players. But speaking of overwhelming, looks like it's going to be fast aggression here through grass, just destroy a lot of this information gathering utility. And it's even going to force the rotation from the breach off of B, so Teddy is Fluffy, the only anchor there. And I love the A main pressure, right? This is very reminiscent of what we had between Marceline and their Sova, but now they get spotted out by the Owl Drone. A little bit more proactive utility usage than maybe YFPX, or sorry, than Mesos Millionaires, who was swinging directly into it. Only thing is, I don't think the Aldron saw Edith, unfortunately, though, with that Aftershock. They are forced to get out off of the fast lane, the reposition. In the meantime, though, Labrador is still causing issues on the opposite side of the map. Fortunately, Animal doing a good job tracking where they could be. The question is, have they caused enough chaos where Animal's going to have too much to manage once this execute through C long comes through?
And I think that has to be what YFPX is trying to have happen, is like, if you just have this Sentinel on the site, like, let's see if we can force you off of it. Elaborate going to be the one to finally run into Animal there. That Vandal just a little bit stronger than that Ghost, and is going to be able to quickly shut that one down. YFPX now down a player, but that bomb is ticking, and it's going to be just hanging out in this dark cover. Ghost in hand. I said it wasn't very strong, but it's able to sing for Corrupt here. Melia with picked up Vandal, able to make quite a bit happen as well, and find himself 1v1. The jump in from Slandy, not quite looking in the right place, and YFPX continue to increase their lead.
And the fact that that victory right there is
That
a
hurts.
third round bonus victory. Like I said, that was a must win for Mesos Millionaires. And just the heroics off of a ghost, for crying out loud, from Corrupt here with that proactivity on the attack half is beautiful. And yes, it gets traded out. Yes, it gets punished later on, which devolves into that 1v1, but they have trust in those individual players to close out situations like that. I mean, I feel like if we look at clutch percentages, Omen's gotta be high up there. Just the outplay potential, the paranoia, the ability to play around the dark covers, and that's exactly what they did. They forced them to swing on the right side, they cut down the number of angles they were likely to swing out of, and they finished the job, setting up YFPX for success here. I mean, there's probably not a buy from Mesos Millionaire, so they're likely to get onto map, and since it's a best of one, series point.
Yeah, a little bit of a default start here, kind of trying to see if anyone from the side of Mesos Millionaires sticks their head out into the open here for YFPX to line up the shot. So far, pretty far back, save for Edith, who is trying to, it feels like, do their best Marceling impression this time around, and Corrupt getting a lot of attention over towards the C site, but manages to take out Teddy as Fluffy and at least get a 1-for-1 here. This Cyber Cage blocks off a lot, but is that enough patience to come out from Edith? Finds one. Will we be able to line up one more? Make it 3. A beautiful stun, as you mentioned, coming out from that breach. And now Marceline, the only player remaining. This went from feeling like a great round for YFPX to now being left just up to Marceline. We maybe could have made something happen, but sometimes you peek into all 3 of them and you see the round fade from your vision in that moment.
And we need like a unique call out for that corner out of A short, because I feel like it is the most lethal off angle in the game. Like, I don't know why, just every player sometimes walks past it, doesn't think to clear it, and that is what devolves around into chaos. And I thought for a second, right, that we were gonna see Elaborate save the round with that cage, but nobody checks behind them, and the timing there is chef's kiss from Edith. So they keep them alive, they win that really important round to keep YFPX off of map point, and now feels like they're trying to carry that momentum forward, but unfortunately that overzealousness has been punished and you've lost in a fight, and Edith is about to meet a similar demise if they swing out into garden. They're going to swing out, or garage, they're going to swing out into 4.
Oh, Edith behind enemy lines, waits for that stun to go through, at least picks up 1, but unfortunately gets traded right back out. Animal trying to keep Mesos Millionaires on even footing here, alongside Animal forcing the remaining YFPX players to come out through garage. But when Melia picks up 2, the turn tables, and now it is all left up to Animal. Half HP here, and now has to somehow fight a 1v2 and defuse the bomb when opponents both have a way more HP than her.
I think this is possible. They were a decent anchor on the C site. It is unfortunate, like you mentioned, that chip damage when they were holding down the entrance through garage. They do have a lockdown if they decide to gamble it. Like I said, you lose this round, you have to win, what, 7 in a row just to get to overtime? For now, though, it's just going to be the isolated fights granted by YF because Scary Shark is confident. Probably communicated how low HP Animal was, and they are going to win out that clutch. They are going to push YFPX on to that finish line.
Oh, that was almost so scary, and I feel like that's one of the downsides, like going for that wraparound in Animal's position and being like, okay, like my best shot is to just try and be unpredictable and not be in a place where my opponents are going to know where I'm coming from, so then I can isolate those 1v1s, but you got to hear the spikes starting to tick that much faster, and then you kind of have those do or die moments, and you're just forced to kind of make hasty plays, go for that tap onto the spike, thinking that you're maybe going to be able to get it to half, only for that peak to fully come through. And it's just insult to injury here as YFPX find themselves on match points, you mentioned.
And here it is. I'm looking at Mesos Millionaires, I'm getting deja vu. The overdrive, the lockdown online, and they were used just too late in the half. So I want to see them on this retake, particularly for the B side. I feel like that's one of the best sites to use them. For now, Slandy trying to be that anchor, but they just disrespect the Aftershock. They force their way into the site, and Marceline isn't done. They are looking for more, and unfortunately that Endeavor is going to cost them the numbers advantage they built up with this site execute. It has lost them site control. And it
Oh.
even has lost the spike, but granted, Milia does have the From the Shadow, so an easy recovery mission, no spike denial there with just 2 players, Annie. But you can deny the spike plant at least with a Hunter's Fury. Chip damage found as a double frag! The 3K for Habibti from across the map.
read!
The read! Yeah, into the safe side where Mind Meld and Becky here, just like Habibti did to the play from YFPX. And if it's sink or swim, right now Mesos Millionaires is learning how to stay afloat.
Oh my goodness. Wow. What a crazy read, just being like, okay, I mean, we managed to evade that like second shot by using another little fancy foot teleport there, but just completely being like, you know what, I'll just go for the default plant spot, and like worst case, maybe I get a little more damage onto somebody, and that manages to just line up to feels really good. Mesos Millionaires not messing around in this one, not trying to even let it be a question. The From the Shadows as well, completely behind enemy lines here. But YFPX are going to try and run into sight just as quickly, right into Habibti, who finds 2. Edith's going to find 2 as well. And this is maybe the level of aggression that I was anticipating to see, and something that is going to reward Mesos Millionaires by a longer standing in this game and a flawless round at that.
And I said it, don't hesitate to use these ultimates, and they don't hesitate to use the overdrive to deny an anti-eco attempt from YFPX. And I liked how YFPX was approaching it, mainly here, right? You let the Blaze, you let your duelist take the swing, and then you hope for a trade to get a weapon out of the hands, especially with it being, you know, Animal there. That would have been a C-site open, but unfortunately, she's able to win out those duels. She's able to hold on for dear life, and as a result, they keep things stable. But independent of that, they've now built up even better ultimates, right? Rolling Thunder now in conjunction with the lockdown, so we're gonna have to see again YFPX dismantle, isolate these players before I feel like they plant, because the retake game is gonna be strong. And as a result, I don't like why does Mesos Millionaires go for the aggressive play?
Yeah, this time around you don't have the lightning from Neon to make this a really jump start, and
I know exactly.
that, I mean, I can understand like the mental standpoint of, hey, aggressiveness worked in the last round, like let's see if we can make it work again. That's maybe just a little bit hasty when your opponents are on match point, and if it goes poorly, it goes really poorly in the fact that you lose the match. So Mesos Millionaires gonna now be playing a defensive game here. Habibti and Teddy is Fluffy on different sides of this B site. So a lot of pressure in play here. The stun is going to be the death of Habibti there, and Teddy is Fluffy, just slowly lurking around. Gonna see if we can find any of these final players. Slow walking, waiting, finds Elaborate on the camera, still shoots down the camera. I mean, your place is already given up to the opponents. Goes ahead, Paranoia through the back to try and push onto the site. But with the location of those final 2 players remaining, the stun, the Rolling Thunder ready, YFPX just had so much going for them, and they take home the first round in the Neon Dream Invitational.
And the first round of this grudge match still goes to YFPX. No rewriting of history for when they were Solstice and eliminated Mesos Millionaires from that main event. But as we said before, this is just a seeding round robin, right? None of these teams are going to get eliminated. It's no top teams advancing, so they can easily get the revenge when it matters, when it's going to be that single elimination in the playoffs. And I hope we get that rematch, because it is going to be the perfect storyline, especially if Mesos Millionaires, you know, take it to a best of 3, because I think that's when they thrive, because it was a 2-1 the last time these 2 teams met, and best of 1s can go either way. You make small mistakes, they add up, and I'm looking at that one round where we had, you know, Edith and Slandy push out a garage. In my mind, that was the turning point. Yes, it allows them to get to map and series point, but also it just felt like you had so many ultimates, so much retake potential, and you threw it out the window for a gamble play that didn't work out.
Yeah, I agree that it was a big turning point. I think it's also interesting to look at it then as again, I feel like there was a little bit of kind of rollover from the round before, where it was like, oh, aggression just worked for us. Aggression was something that our opponents weren't prepared for.
Yeah.
Let's do it again. But you have to understand that if you have that feeling of it just worked, your opponents also have that feeling of, oh, we just got caught by that. We're thinking about it. So it's one of those moments where sometimes you get caught up in a feeling instead of being like, oh, I'm so ready for this. I always anticipate that your opponents could be ready for it too, and I think that's maybe just one of those places where Mesos Millionaires
Yeah.
kind of faltered a little bit.
And I feel like something we saw and something these replays is highlighting is YFPX knew when to get aggressive. They paced it out, or I should say spread it out fairly well so that you couldn't read into it as well as YFPX was able to do for Mesos Millionaires, where they expected it round after round because right at the get-go, right on that pistol round, we saw that aggression. And it was shut down and is what set YFPX up for success in that second half. So they were consistently prepared for it and handling. You mentioned, right, who could piece apart the other's default more effectively, and YFPX prepared for that, was able to do so in a better regard.
And I mean, we're getting to see it in these replays as well. I hadn't really noticed it when we were like in the match itself, but the amount of rounds that go YFPX's way because they were just able to literally, I don't want to say spam shoot because it's like much more technical than that, but just like get a bunch of multi-kills like one into the other, kind of fell on YFPX's side of the board a lot more than the Mesos Millionaires side of the board. And I think that that ends up being just like positioning difference as well for these teams.
So for now, right, like we mentioned, the story goes in favor of YFPX, and we pointed out some things maybe we can see differently when the rematch does roll around if we are granted it by the playoffs seeding gods. But beyond that, you know, we have two more best of ones, two more rounds of the round robin to get through today. So we want to make sure that our players, we want to make sure that you guys at home all get a quick break, a quick breather before we jump right back into the action. Our next match, Taddy Tactics versus the Army National Guard team, is up next, and it's a match you don't want to miss, so stick around.
friends, we are back and we hope that you enjoyed that first match. YFP did so phenomenal. Zobi, you had so much information to give us about why they succeeded throughout that first best of one.
Yeah, I mean, Becky and I, obviously, we can analyze all we want and say that, you know, YFPX was able to punish the aggression of Mesos Millionaires, but we gotta have something to back that up, right, Becky? And I got to look at the scoreboard after we threw to a break, and I think that proves it. It was 13 First Bloods favoring the side of YFPX to 7 on the side of Mesos Millionaires, and a lot of those did come from Marceline, which isn't a surprise considering they were, you know, shooting off bangers with the Outlaw out of round 2, but I think that, like we said, sums up how Haven went for those two teams.
I think it's funny that you're mentioning that it's a 13-7 in First Bloods, and coincidentally, it also was a 13-7 match. So
I wonder if the rounds equated. That would be even funnier.
Yeah, we didn't have time to check that. We were also like trying to prep for this one. Maybe stand by. Like we're gonna see Mesos Millionaires again later, so that can be something that we bring up later in the broadcast as well.
Also, I want to add just my last bit before we move forward and we talk about the next matchup, which was the 6th round. Marceline was assisted with that fault line and then aced it out. That's stuck in my brain. It is living rent-free in my brain. So, anyways, I wanted to share with you guys so it could live free in your brains as well. But let's talk about the upcoming match, which is going to be Teddy Tactics versus the Army National Guard. We did get a little bit of, actually, we're also going to look at our groups, which we have Group A and B, so we're going to be hopping over to our Group A here. What do you have for us about Teddy Tactics and Army National Guard, Zobi?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of broke this down a little bit in the pre-show. Teddy Tactics, obviously, a really long-standing roster. They have found new success. It feels like making it the furthest they have made it. You know, the first time going to main event, being that number 8 seed Lin Series 2, and they have just been getting better and better. You know, I got a chance to talk with Venus from Teddy Tactics, and they said, you know, they're on fire right now in the server, and Arya is confident going into this match, saying that, you know, they're going to drop ungodly number of kills, and it shows that they're excited to play in this, and that even though they have a substitute player, they're ready to see how this match is going to go.
Ooh, okay, our production said W key all the way. So we are also going to be showing you the maps that we will not be going to, but eventually there's going to be one, Becky.
And it's Ascent. I mean, when you have best of ones, I think you have to assume that Ascent is going to be the pick most of the time. But this is a place where I feel like it might be the Army National Guard team shooting themselves in the foot a little bit. I kind of wish that, again, if they're like this wild card team, if they know that they're not going to maybe be able to frag as high as some of these other teams, like just from a rank perspective, like maybe go to like one of these more kind of wild card maps. I think that's like a hard balance to strike a lot of the time, because you have to understand that a lot of these teams also probably have scrimmed on these less frequent maps probably more than you as well. So I kind of understand why we end up going to Ascent, because it feels safe to a lot of players, and that's also a place where we are seeing the Army National Guard team did a lot of their scrims, as Zobi mentioned. So I'm a little back and forth on this pick, but also not surprised.
Yeah, it's fair. So before I let you guys take the lead on this, I want to point out two things. Army National Guard, inspired by this Game Changer series, so they said, you know what, we're going to bring a squad over, and they want to support the Game Changer series as much as possible, so they have put together this team that we have said time and time again are just coming together and trying it out. And number 2, huge shout out to Allie, who is currently pregnant, due in a couple weeks, but still wants to make sure that they are having their mark here at this Game Changer event. So super excited. And ladies, I'm sorry, casters, take it away.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, number one, first and foremost, Becky, you said you wanted to see the Phoenix. I promised you a Phoenix main, and we get the Phoenix main. Ali-san, like I said, the mom, and now hopefully one of the primary duelists here alongside Mars coming into the server. And then obviously on the side of Teddy Tactics too, a change here for their Ascent composition. I said it before that Arya, they were getting ready to bring in Asher picks more and more because of the buffs that are coming through in patch 9.05. Granted, we're on 9.04, which is where Vice is playable, but we don't get that Chamber and Astra buff. They're preparing, using this as an opportunity to test it out in official before the open qualifiers roll around, where it is going to be active.
So it feels like it's a little bit risky, but also like, I don't know. I feel like Astra is still just like potentially such a strong pick. Yeah, I'm excited that she's getting a little buff so that she is playable again, but I also understand that that's a character that's just like a little bit difficult to balance, and some of the designs are just going to end up being that way. Nice little recon bolt to ping out that Killjoy towards back of sight, but a lot of this utility is going to put Venus on the back foot. Alisson peeking out, going to be able to take down Venus with Mel, but then Oranges and Arya able to get those Vengeance picks as well before planting this bomb down with Oranges.
For now.
Sometimes, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I mean, fairly clean A-take. Obviously, losing one player in the process, but this is the benefit of that Astra. They can play from main and still support the rest of the team with utility. The global support in tow, smoke ready for heaven, likely as soon as contact is made. And Mars is slowly, methodically trying to make that contact utility out, but just as they outsowed, the ultimate combos come, and confident in the swing, Kalasushi with the jump up, and now at this point, they're also gonna fall back here, make sure nobody's on the flank, and it looks like we might have had some tech issues. You know, the two players on spawn making that, you know, a 3v5, so we're gonna maybe get a replay, or we're gonna maybe let that stand. We're gonna have to wait to find out, but, I mean, we got to see, you know, how explosive Teddy Tactics is gonna be onto these sites on their attack half.
Alright, yeah, our production is letting us know that there are a few disconnected players, so we're going to take a moment to just talk through what's happening, what's at stake here for these players, and maybe give you a little bit of an update about what's happening throughout the rest of the bracket as well. So we do, in fact, have both of these teams in their round one did take a loss. So FlyQuest Red was the team that came out on top against the Army National Guard team, and then Teddy Tactics did take a loss to Oomphies. So we're kind of having the two people with a loss go ahead and battle it out this round, and the two dubs going against each other in round number 2. So we'll give you those updates as we can see them. On the other side of the board, we obviously got to see Mesos Millionaires versus YFPX, and we are still waiting on results of the game from Refrag and Give Wingman 2 Nuclear Devices. So those players going pretty far into time here, and I'll be interested in trying to keep you updated on how that is shaking up so that you can be kind of appraised of how that bracket is falling into place.
I think we just got the results. Like, this is like a just as they come in kind of update. I think Refrag did take the map over Give Wingman 2 Nuclear Devices. At least that's what my bracket is showing.
That looks right.
But if that just updated, that still surprises me, right? I mean, we had a 13-7, so that lasted longer than that. And, like, yes, it's 6 versus 7 seed, so it was really, really close. But Refrag was a main event team that made a really deep run. Granted, it was the core 3, and now there's some roster changes. Versus Give Wingman 2 Nuclear Devices is one of only 2 non-main event teams that were invited to the NRG event. So they have, like, a lot to prove. So making it even close in the group stage against that team is huge, right? You're going to keep the morale high. You're going to be able to hopefully then get warmed up before the playoff elimination games start out in those quarterfinals after we conclude the round robin. So I think they're in a good spot.
Yeah, I'll be interested to see how this continues to kind of fall as we get further into this. I mean, I'm also like excited that we're going to be able to see Mesos Millionaires again. I think that was an interesting match to watch because I definitely anticipated it being closer, especially with how those rounds started off, and from the research that was done beforehand, mostly by Zobi. Zobi just like goes so deep. You have to understand that like the amount of research that Zobi does is like, I was like, I didn't even know that I could look at that. But okay, cool.
No, bro, I like tweeted out last night. I'm like, my research is done. If any players you want to send me your insider secrets,
I was gonna say,
go
Zobi's
ahead.
like in the DMs of players. Like the amount of research that Zobi is doing, like I'm just kind of like, I trust. Let's go.
It's like
And
I
so-
could spoil your entire playbook if I wanted to. Teddy Tactics, no, I'm joking, but no, it's really fun to see kind of where these players are coming from, and it's great. Kudos here to NRG as well for supporting these players' journeys by running one of the only Game Changers off-season events in North America as well for the season. And I mean, it's great because right now that means we have like so many recurring back-to-back events. This split in particular, right? We went from SGGP into Open Qualifier, then we went into now Open Qualifier again, then we went to the NRG event, and then we have Radiant Academy coming up next weekend. And so it's just giving the opportunity for consistent practice for all of these teams to improve, which is what the Riot ecosystem and Game Changers as a whole exists with the hope of achieving, is allowing these players to level up into co-ed participation.
Yeah, and I think that that's a beautiful thing to see too, because a lot of the time I've like done a lot of studying mostly for Magic the Gathering in particular, and you can see this in games like that as well as like chess, where you don't see non-male players perform as well simply because there are a lot of kind of ecosystem problems where they just like it isn't as easy for them to compete, and that's the reason that you don't see them as high placement as male players. And so I think it's really beautiful when there's initiatives like this and support like this coming from even sometimes some unexpected places, that it allows for that ecosystem to become a little more friendly to our players who are very talented and just need a little bit of space to flourish.
Well, I'm getting a call here, Becky, and it is saying we have an update on the status of the game. And due to the fact that two of the players never loaded in, so they didn't even get a chance to play out that round, we are repeating the pistol. We have a rolled back time, and that gives the Army National Guard a chance to actually see what they can do to kick off Ascent here. And it looks very similar, I feel like, to the spread. Obviously, there was a really quick rotation from Mars once they realized that A was going to get slammed by the Teddy Tactics players. And I think Teddy Tactics looks looking to repeat the same success, right? Maybe this time they have Kurosu on a little bit deeper of a lurk, but otherwise, I'm curious to see what Alison's going to be able to achieve if they're here to confront these players on A this go-around.
Yeah, it looks like we are getting right down into it for the second time. If you feel like you're having deja vu, no, this was a little bit on purpose, a little bit of disconnect issues, but now we are in it. So are all of our players, and we're ready to go. A little bit of a slower start this time around coming through from Teddy Tactics. Maybe just trying to see if they're able to get any information about how much of the setup is the same from that first and second round. But Amali from this Phoenix is going to be able to stop a lot of that early aggression and allow for Alisan to take out Arya. So a nice start here, 1-for-1 trade, and the rotations coming through. So a retake could be in the hands of the Army National Guard team.
And Mars looked aware, but they haven't cleared out Kurosu, and as a result, that's going to be catastrophic, because not only do they find those two frags, but now they can flank the Heaven players who were blinded up, and the sandwich is perfect here. Kurosu, huge this go-around to repeat the Teddy Tactics pistol success. And, I mean, granted, if you replay a round, right, you lose that element of surprise with Teddy Tactics, so we got to see that Killjoy setup, we got to see Alisson prepared to execute off that trap play, and Arya instead wasn't alive in that post-plant situation where I said maybe that post-plant utility is going to be fundamental. But otherwise, it's still just as flawless as I think it was the first round. I think they lost one more player, so definitely nothing that they're gonna scoff at moving forward, because I mean they get the buy-up.
And the buy-up does come through this time around, looking to change it up, go for some of these longer range fights. Makes sense when you have things like Guardians that you'd be trying to go for those battles as well. And so Alisan can be able to watch outside of tree here, see if we can gather any information about what's happening down mid. Rotations coming through. Oranges is going to take out Butter. These names are making me hungry. And pushing out slowly but surely through this mid, taking out players left and right from B and mid. The slow collision. Mars not able to take out Kurosu and Venus there, and it's going to be a flawless second round coming through from Teddy Tactics.
It's so devastating because they were getting so much chip damage off of these players, and it just isn't enough, right? The better weapons carried through for that B split, and it is definitely hard to fight into that with worse weapons. But also what you notice from Army National Guard is they were a lot of solo fights, and granted Teddy Tactics maybe provided those solo fights as well in return, but if you don't have the weapons, you need to stay in groups, stay in numbers, and that's something Army National Guard might still be learning how to navigate and play off of each other in their contact, because I think other than Seoul, Legacy, and Allison, the rest of these players haven't played together for that long. And so now, when we repeat the success, the AA exec and Eco in the cards, especially with Allison falling, there's not going to be too many players here, but Kurosu, again with this mid lurk, they recognize it but aren't able to deal with it.
Yeah, and there's something kind of unfortunate about a less experienced team kind of starting off on the defensive side, because there's a lot of sink or swim moments when you're on defense where you have to, like, each player individually has to make the decision, do I fight this or do I make a rotation or fall back and wait to play with the rest of my team? And when is that the right call to do each of those different plays? And I think that ends up making it very difficult for people who are not used to playing as fluidly with a team. Recon Bolt comes through, and Mel, despite finding one, is not going to be able to find any more here. 3 rounds for Teddy Tactics. But we're seeing Army National Guard at least be able to put up a little bit of a fight here right back.
And I know that Mel's full name is Melano, I believe, at least for their username, but I want to see them channel their inner Mel here and just go insane. I mean, that's what's interesting about this squad, newly formed, a new initiative from the Army National Guard, is that we don't even know who the IGL is for the squad. Who's calling? Is anybody calling? And I would love to ask these questions, but for now, what we need to see them do is get a round on the board, because they lost their bye round, now they're back to an eco. At this point, they have shuffled up the defense, so I like this, but Allison with this fast rotation. They've left the B side. They've left a lot of weight now on this Killjoy's shoulders here yet again.
So the quick dash in coming in from Venus. A lot of that. Ooh, the jump up to try and stay safe after taking some heat back and forth. Arya, though, going to try and clear the path for Venus and keep that duelist safe here. Wall broken down through Market, and the National Guard team getting ready to try and push onto the site, but the stars are in place to keep them at bay for as long as possible with this bomb ticking down.
And I love that coordination, right? Allison had the timing to swing out of CT, but Arya had their teammates back there. And at this point, it feels like with these eco weapons, you're just trying to play for exit frags, play for economic denial. And Butter is able to find one, but if you long range a swing with that worst weapon, with that, I believe it was a Spectre, you're not going to be able to find much here. So Teddy Tactics, again, keeping things really, really clean, losing 1 to 2 players max with each of these rounds. And this is where, if you're the Army National Guard, you're like, all right, maybe we need to take a timeout. Maybe we need to go for a gamble stack play. Like, 5 players are rushing at the main, they're not going to expect it. Some of these off-the-wall strategies, right, embrace that you are plat. Sometimes, like, there's no shame.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm plat. like, if you do an off-the-wall strategy like that, it's gonna catch them off guard. They're not going to be expecting it. They're expecting destroyment. They're not expecting coordination. And that's where I want to see them rally behind one player's plan.
That's also, like, one of the places where I would be kind of hoping / expecting to see just throw all your utility out. Like, every single one of these rounds, and a lot of the time that we see fights with a little bit of a rank disparity, like, that's one of the things that can help kind of bridge that gap. If you know that you're just not going to win aim battles back and forth, like, you might as well just be trying to throw out your utility as much as possible and trying to use all of it before you die to try and help your teammates out.
Well, they at least have an even numbers here.
That's true. Nice pick for Butter.
Yeah, this breach, though, is really rough. Mars as well, their position now confirmed by closing the door, but it's the perfect distraction instead for Allison to get a frag as well. That brings the run it back online, even though its numbers disadvantage. And that's why there's some hesitancy, I feel like, from Teddy Tactics following through on this AX deck. They recognize that could get popped at any time, so what they're going to do instead is with the double swing, Allison
beautiful isolations.
Insane. They don't need the second life. Because with this lifetime, they're going to be able to get 3 and maybe lead our National Guard to a first round on the board. It's Kalsushi in the 1v2, trying to get ahead, trying to be proactive here, but both players are holding this angle, or they were!
Oh no, let's see if Allison can do it again. I mean, but it's so scary, because then if you just, like, immediately get headshot, then you, like, are stuck there in your little color flicking animation. Listen, I play a bit of Phoenix, so I understand. If you're in a 1v1 moment, you know somebody's close, you're like, do I risk it? Or just hold it to, like, start off the next round? Because, yeah, if you just immediately get headshot and they're like, okay, I'm just gonna go run and find your body stuck in an animation, that almost hurts more.
But then, like, maybe that's the thought process, again, that comes out of, like, playing Phoenix a lot, is then I fall back, I wait for the plant, and then I use it to retake the site to get that information, and hopefully enough chip damage to finish off the job later. But they are going to get another buy up here. I was kind of contemplating that. I'm like, is it too late to use it next round like you recommended, Becky? Because obviously Teddy Tactics now one off from their 6th round already, looking down the barrel of a 6-0. But this is the aggression I wanted to see. Granted, not 5 players, but 2. The hot hands getting some chip damage, I think, off of Ari there as well. All that really did, though, is confirm a presence here. And so you have Raze tucked away, no more rotations, but look at the thoroughness from Teddy Tactics. The swing ahead of the Alodrone, but Venus good for the trade, and that's where it's making things more difficult passing minute. And oh, Butter!
Butter!
They lined up!
I mean, alright. In for 1, in for 2, finds both of those picks. Mel punished for peeking around that corner. Kurosu laying in wait, and now is going to be able to pop that lockdown in a prime position. Coffee gonna look around these corners, try and see if we can go take this out, and with that little alarm bot giving away the information, that's gonna be the death of Coffee there. Butter not gonna be able to get to 3 kills. Instead, it's gonna be Kurosu finding 4. Solo gameplay action, and Teddy Tactics reaching 6.
And the bait there off the lockdown was perfect, just to kind of terraform the site to allow the easy transport of the spike, and they're searching for frags all the meanwhile. So again, Teddy Tactics keeping strong to the promise from Aria, saying that they were going to be gunning for this 13-0 here against the Army National Guard team. But as I mentioned, we've seen some standout plays so far. Alisson, Butter, these multi-frags giving hope to the side of Army National Guard, and I'm not counting them out just yet. Like I said, the scrim books that I saw a 13-8 against a team full of Ascendants. So I believe that it is possible for them to get a few rounds on the board here. They just need that change of pace, and maybe that's going to come on the side swap right now, because the economical is a little deep. Yes, the loser bonus, maybe patching the holes and get a bye together, but this round, it's a save. And that's why I want to see some duos, some trios in action, and unfortunately, Alisson and Butter have separated at just the wrong time.
Kurosu, though, the lurk maniac here, trying to just get a lot of these solo kills, and with the distraction coming in from that Hunter's Fury, he's out to take out Alisson, who's been trying to hold down the fort in tree for as long as possible in these rounds. Just isn't able to make it happen this time around. All the Army National Guard players getting prepared to hold down A site Heaven, but Orange is prepared to even try to continue to hold them at bay and force them to funnel right into the rest of the team or fall prey.
And that's just devastating. Now your players are low HP. That's the repercussions of not having a shield, and this is the coordination from a structured roster like Teddy Tactics. As soon as they make contact, you get the Astra tucked away safely from main. They pop their pulse. They all swing off of the concuss. And now, 7-0, a guaranteed lead at the half, but Army National Guard, they've entered a bye. They've entered an ultimate uptick, right? They have the showstopper, they have run it back, and they have the lockdown off of, I think, just the deaths of that round, right? And I think what I want to see is some aggression from both duelists, and if that fails, then maybe you get a retake with that lockdown. Because we've seen that run it back online for quite a number of rounds, right? And there's that hesitancy to use it, and that's what they cannot have at this point, because before you know it, the half's going to be over.
Yeah, I'm personally a fan of, like, if you have Phoenix ult, like, kind of just use it. Start of the round. It's only 6 points. It's so easy for you to get back, even if all you're doing is dying every single round. Like, obviously you're trying to do more, but just trying to use it to be proactive and gain information and just, like, maybe catch people off guard with your aggression, I think makes it so worth it to just pretty much pop it as soon as you have it.
And this feels like a collective play for Army National Guard for once, right? They all choose to play offsite, even despite having a bye, because they're going to use these ults for the retake. Run it back in for recon. There's an attempted follow-up here from the Brimstone. Unfortunately, they decide to fall off at just the wrong moment, so Venus is going to be able to scale up beautifully. Alisson does get the denial, the trade. Orange is on island as well. This is shaping up to be an Army National Guard advantage. They're not in a position to use the lockdown yet. They haven't really gained too much ground on the retake itself, and the time is ticking. They haven't cleared out Kurosu from main. We've seen that they're able to be a solo player in their own right, and just like that, that numbers advantage has been completely eliminated. Alisson clearing out the site, but there is so much utility still left for Teddy Tactics. The swing, the frag, Kurosu tops it off to keep Teddy Tactics and their flawless run alive.
So far, so good for Teddy Tactics. Only one ultimate used from the side of the Army National Guard team there, though. The lockdown was available, and that could have been a way that they were able to kind of bridge the gap in that round and make it go in their favor, because they did have the numbers advantage, as you mentioned. And sometimes I feel like this is another place where sometimes people fall prey like, oh, we have an agent advantage, we shouldn't use the ultimate because it feels like it's a waste. No, if it wins you a round, like, go for it. And that is one of those ultimates that a lot of the time is going to be able to convert a round for you, because it helps give you information by saying, okay, they're not in this area, and that can be sometimes all you need to be able to take a round back into your favor.
I am scared for this round because while Army National Guard still has a lot of ultimates because the Overstrike Strike came online, there's a Rolling Thunder 1 frag away if they even need it. Because Venus is, like they said, they're online in the server right now, and the players are fragmented for the side of Army National Guard. And as the showstoppers pop to try and make a hero play, all that's left is Coffee, who had a Spectre and a long-range duel to take to overcome, and unfortunately that just leads to a Teddy Tactics flawless and a 9th round on the board.
So this is one of the places where I also, like, want to mention, like, the Army National Guard. Like, they did scrims, they tried to prepare for this, but I think that they also are kind of just in the mindset of, like, being happy to play against people of this caliber, just trying to learn as much as they can, which I think is also, like, the focus of Zobi and I, to be like, oh, these are places where the Army National Guard could improve. Like, if we're able to provide a little bit of that as well, and we're able to pinpoint it, like, it's just ways to try and, like, get this team that has a lot of support behind it to be better and be able to eventually compete with the rest of this squad and squads that they're playing against.
Yeah, no, I want to see them in Radiant Academy, because I'm seeing promise here. Like I said, the coordination play for that retake off the run it back, that was clean. The fact that they're trying to avoid fights until absolutely necessary when the side executes are happening, like what we're seeing from Butter, these are positive points. And Butter here might even be able to catch Aria off, like we said, that offside player, but the timing is
Valorant
wrong.
timing.
And for the second time in a row, Aria is able to clip them from behind. So an A site now secured. Lockdown's online, but Ali's not going to try to get ahead of this Asher utility. The flash lands, but the shots do not. Now that's the opportunity for Teddy Tactics to strike back. Mel only 5 HP here, which is likely why they lean against the lockdown usage. I'm surprised the wallbang shots don't finish them off there, but all they're trying to do is hold down trees so the players in heaven can scale out. And none of that is working here. Time ticking away. No save committed yet, and it's going to be the Rolling Thunder just to solidify double digits for Teddy Tactics.
Wow, the very underrated I run past your flash to not get blinded by it tactic, actually.
Ah, yes,
very
good old
nicely done.
Strat in the archives.
Very nicely done from the side of Teddy Tactics, who so far on track for the 13-0 that they are frothing at the mouth for. Rosu holding onto this lockdown. So is Mel. Both the Killjoys, top of the board. Waiting to see what is going to be the best way for them to utilize it.
Yeah, 16-3 for Kurosu. Insane here. They start off lurking and they find so many frags. They cut off so many rotations right now from the attack half. And Teddy Tactics just running amok, seeing what they can do. Aria here could be in hot water. Mars looked like they were going to clear out the angle. They're just trying to bait the trade, and it's going to happen. Both survive. That's a weapon upgrade. Unfortunately, though, now they know that these two players are A main, so Venus is going to go and handle business. They're like, don't worry, Aria, I got you, and Kurosu got the rotation. So now they know exactly where these last two players were, and like I said, Venus is going to finish what Aria started. With that, Blades come online, the 11th round, they still have the lockdown. This last round of the half is set up for success.
Yeah, but other side of the board, this might be a place where lockdown gets popped by the side of the Army National Guard team really early to just kind of put the brakes on Teddy Tactics' game plan a little bit. Rosu, I feel like, is just like pouring salt in the wound with some of those shots. Like, those shots were too clean for the disparity in round points that is happening right now.
Oh, speaking of clean, Venus plays online. Little rough around the edges, but they get the frag done. They get the market control. So now the CT players are trying to get ahead of this site execute, but look at this deep lockdown from Kurosu. Like, they don't even want them getting close to the site here, and Kurosu is not just gonna sit there, hold down their site. They're gonna get aggressive off of it. They're gonna hope they have the timing for these players coming out of A, and Alisson, Spidey sense is tingling, able to handle it. So now, if one player falls, it's the next up to bat, and that is gonna be Venus, who has popped through alongside Oranges. Run it back out of CT here, fortunately. Trying to handle Oranges, trying to handle Venus, but Venus has wrapped. They're trying to get behind the body, and they have, and they knew exactly where Coffee was at their side. We're looking at Teddy Tactics right now on map and a series point.
Oh, the way that Venus was just like, I know where the Killjoy is every single round. I'm not even gonna give Killjoy the opportunity to use the lockdown, and just like double dashes into market to take down Mel is just like, it's so targeted, bro.
Oh, it definitely felt targeted, but like I said, hey, if you're in an economic hole, you can fix that, remedy that by a side swap. And I think this is also something that's interesting, is look at the difference in the buys, right? For the Army National Guard right now, they're looking heavily towards utility and leaning into that, which is something I also do as a player, versus it's heavy weaponry on the side of Tactic Tactics. Whether this is because of their confidence in the duels or just their typical buy, it shows how, even at the basic levels, there are differences. And this is a huge difference. A great fault line. Venus, able to at least get one for their efforts. But again, Alisson's always that traitor. They are the fire in the lobby
8+ months
right
pregnant,
now.
by the way.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I was hoping I could say that when they're the MVP for their team, but right now, I mean, that's shaping up to be the MVP regardless of the outcome here. So far, B main space denied. A rotation in the cards, but then they have to run into Kurosu, who at this point feels like the final boss, right, for Teddy Tactics.
Oh, absolutely.
And they're a sub player.
It's one of those moments where you're like, oh, it's okay, like, we'll just swap sides, and then you're like, oh no, now the Sentinel, who is, like, top of the board for the enemy team, is on defense? Not what you want to hear.
Not what you want to hear, but for now, it is going to just be frag after frag, and just like that, 13-0, like we said, Kurosu, the final boss, delivers the final sentence with those two shots in great concurrency. And while, you know, the 13-0 that Arya said they were going to be gunning for does come true, like we said, we saw some promise out of the Army National Guard squad, and they literally have only been probably a team for a week. Scrimmed, I think it was like 2 days ago, according to their trackers, against their own sister team, which is the currently existing U.S. Army team that I think competes in, like, maybe collegiate, I could be wrong. But regardless, it shows how they have a support system behind them. They have a way forward for how to improve. And that's what I, again, love about Game Changers, is everyone has to start somewhere, and that's exactly what we're getting to see out of this squad.
Yeah, and especially, like, also mentioning, because we already have the, like, little bit of disparity in rank between these players.
Yes.
Like, a lot of these Army National Guard players are also full-time students, so they've got just, like, a lot on their plates, and sometimes that means that you are going to have that difference, but they still have the support to keep doing things that are a little more fun, like playing Valorant, and also trying to take that seriously. So it's cool to see these people. I mean, those are some of the stories that I love the most, are the people who are like, yeah, I love Valorant, but there's also a lot more to me than just game.
Oh yeah, like they I mean, like we said, 8 months pregnant for Alisson comes in here, is basically
I cannot
the top
imagine.
frag for their lobby. like imagine just the stress of the Valorant game is like, I gotta go to the hospital, guys. But regardless, like we said, this is only a seeding tournament, right? Or a seeding portion of the tournament with the group stage. So Army National Guard not going anywhere just yet. They'll get their opportunity to strike, and I believe in them. I don't know what the score was in the FlyQuest Red game, but I want them to get around at least against one of these Game Changers teams, because that's all it takes to get that snowball rolling, to get that confidence under your sail. And I saw promise. Like, we saw multi-frags across the board, and it just ever so slightly was the heroics from players like Kurosu and the rest of the gang of Teddy Tactics that kept them ahead of the curve.
Absolutely. With that, we will be going into our final round robin round after this quick break.
back on the desk here to watch some recaps of our last matchup. Zobi, you gave us so much information about Teddy Tactics, and I feel like we saw exactly what you put out there for us. A team, like we mentioned, really engraved into the game changer scene. But what did you think was the highlight for them throughout this match?
I think it was the confidence turn. They definitely need it because they had just lost their round 1 against Umpies 13-8. And they're also going into, hard to get FlyQuest Red out stage, right? So having that 13-0 under your belt and about to enter against, one of the top teams, right? They will be, I believe, the #1 seed entering into main event since they won Open Qualifier #1. So that's what is going to be their story, their legacy. They need to carry that confidence forward into their FlyQuest Red battle. Like, yes, it's proceeding, but I feel like if you can beat FlyQuest Red now, that's gonna it's gonna fuel you for days, right? Moving into the playoffs part of this bracket.
If I ever was to be in a game, a ranked match with any a high game changer team, I think I would be beaming with joy as well. So, kind of to the Army National Guard squad, Becky, we just found out that there is actually a team of 7. So, Allie and Coffee are both pregnant. So, they had a little bit of an extra buff, if we may say.
I mean, I already said that I could not imagine playing the game pregnant. Like, it just sounds like it would be, it seems very overwhelming to me. And I'm not also somebody who's in the Army National Guard and also not in school. So I just hats off to them.
Yeah, I could not. Allie seemed to have gotten that buff. I remember hearing Allie popping off, seeing Allie pop off throughout the match. So I could definitely see how that could be a little bit of a buff. We did also mention, and we saw it a lot in the chat as well for all of you guys watching at home, that this is a newer roster. And I love that you guys continuously enforce the idea that tournaments like this is to grow your knowledge and grow your skill throughout the game changer scene or any type of tournament that you eventually want to continue to compete in. This is a really great ground to test yourself against opponents that have already had their fair share of matches underneath their belt, but also you could see where you stand and where you can improve. So shout out to the National Guard. They are great incentive. I continuously saw their I don't want to say bosses, but someone said that there was a boss in the chat that was yeah, we're really excited to continue to incentivize and grow our program. So that is really great. And also that kind of brings me into my sponsor point, which is if you're a person who's I'm not sure what I want to do after college, I'm not sure where I want to go, because let's be fair, at 18 I had no idea what I wanted to do in my life. But if you do want to have options, the Army National Guard has those options. You could go to school, you can do service, you can also stream. They have a Twitch channel. So there's lots and lots of options for you over at the Army National Guard. And definitely think about that. But then that moves us on to our next point here, Zobi and Becky. We are going to have a matchup that I am beaming for, really. I'm looking forward to it because they're two teams that have competed continuously in the game changer scene and have shown progress. We have Refrag and Miso Millionaires. Zobi, what are your thoughts on Refrag?
I think for me personally, Refrag, right? They were formerly a team that was giving these side organizations a run for their money before some of the players kind of retired, stepped away to other rosters, and ever since they came back with their core and new additions, which they're still trialing out and testing out, it feels like they've fallen short to the potential or to the performance that we've seen from them prior. And I know they have the mechanics, I know they have the ideas to back this roster into greatness, and it just felt like they exited early in the last Open Qualifier against, I think, the team was everyone really misses. So this is a really good opportunity to bounce back and prove to themselves that they deserve to be up there with the big dogs and that nothing has changed. And we talked about it before. In my mind, both the first round we covered and this game were the ones that I could see going the distance to overtime.
Yeah, that has to be tough, right? You're setting the expectation so high, and for whatever reason or circumstance, things aren't going in your favor. Kind of what we saw there for Miso's Millionaires, Becky, which was that first round a little bit difficult.
Yeah, round number 1 was a little bit difficult, but I think that it was, once again, the like grudge match, being able to look back at literal games that you had played against each other plus roster changes. Like, I think there were a few things where watching how they had to make changes, but also like were dealing with their own internal changes, were really being where they were suffering. But it was also the first round. Could also just be like a little bit of a warm-up situation, and I'm interested in seeing how round 2 goes for them and seeing where they stand going into round number 3 when we're going to see them again.
So both of these teams have a lot to make up for, or even to prove to themselves that they are worthy to continue to compete here. And I'm just looking forward to seeing how they kind of pan out and what they do to fix some of those, like we mentioned, internal battles within themselves. And you guys are probably like, let's go, casters. W key this. We're ready for the gameplay. But our teams are also getting settled. So we do need to go into a short break. But this is a match that you will not want to miss. So we will see you after this break. guys, I know that was an extended break, but we have a surprise for you guys. And you guys are gonna be like, what break? Because this surprise is gonna surpass that emotion, all right? We have a team that I think we're all pretty excited to watch, which is FlyQuest Red versus Teddy Tactics. Becky, what can you tell us about FlyQuest Red over on Group A?
I mean, FlyQuest Red, especially lately, it feels like has kind of been on the rise. We were just talking going into this about a little bit of a roster change, about the introduction of Ev, I believe, and I'm pretty excited to see how some of these roster changes, I mean, I feel like we talk about them nonstop, but I mean, these are ever-changing teams, and when you get to see I was gonna say characters, in a way they're characters in the story that we're telling today. When you see these players go from one team into another, when you see how their strengths are kind of molded by being a part of these different teams, you're really kind of having a moment where you're like, oh, okay, this person is finally in a place where they can flourish. And I mean, for Ev to be moving on to FlyQuest Red and joining people like Sonder and Dodona, and it's just like, what a crazy legacy for you to live up to. And I think that that's one of the big reasons that I would be like making big eyeball emojis at FlyQuest Red going in today.
Yeah, I love that you pointed out what a big how can I put it? Like, FlyQuest Red is a team that you look up to and you're like, wow, that's a banger roster. They have done so much together. They're a titan within themselves. So for Ev to come into this team and not only just come into this team with big names, but also fill in shoes of a player that we've each casted for and each seen do amazing, which is Lace. I think that's huge shoes to come in and fill, and they've done it phenomenally. I believe it was you, Zobi, that pointed out that they have just they feel like they were always meant to be in this team. So going forward with that and saying all these amazing things about FlyQuest Red, this leaves Teddy Tactic, a team that, you know, I've been saying throughout the start of this cast, which is they've been around for the longest. So they have a lot to prove. They want to achieve a lot. But now they're going up against this one titan that's going to dictate their seeding. How do you think they're going to do up against them? And what do you think they need to adapt to be able to succeed?
Yeah, like you mentioned right now, they're 1-1 in this group, so this determines if they go positive or negative and go probably above or below Oomphy, since Oomphy's just lost to this team. I believe it was a 13-5. But for FlyQuest Red versus Teddy Tactics, I think Teddy Tactics, like I mentioned, I think it's the script in the background that we had to shift game, I swear. I think the momentum from the National Guard game into this FlyQuest Red, because yes, you can try and counter strat, you can try and play really game strategically, but at the end of the day, Valorant is an FC game. And I think that Teddy Tactics, they have some mechanically sound players, but if you're feeling confident, if you're in the flow state, as a lot of players like to dub it, then that's a really hard high to get shut down from. And I think that's what they need to have that edge, perhaps, over FlyQuest Red, since historically they haven't been able to beat them, haven't even really come close. The last time we saw these two teams, it was a 2-over FlyQuest Red, where they eliminated Teddy Tactics for their first debut in main event. I think it was 13-6, 13-3, so they have to work it out for them, but they're carrying the vibes, right? That's what we need to see here.
Well, the vibes are going to be continued on with what map are we going to go visit here. We're not going to see Abyss. I am still hoping that a team will just
Has Abyss
let
been
it
the
slide.
first ban every single time? Oh, no, it was
No,
one
it
of the
was
final
live.
ones in the first one. Right. Sorry, that was,
Yeah.
forever ago. I don't remember.
But we're also not going to be Vine, Lotus, Haven, or Ascent. The map chosen has been Icebox.
Let's go.
Any information about whether either one of these teams has a preference for this? I mean, this was just a decider map. So no one really was like, we want to play this. It just ended up. But what do we have here, Zobi?
I think neither of these teams have played it too much, actually. Obviously, for recent stats, we only have open qualifier number 1 to go off of for Series 3 for FlyQuest Red with this new roster, and they won it twice, but they only played it twice. And Teddy Tactics, on the other hand, has played it even less over open qualifier 1 and 2, playing it only one time, which also was a win. Outside of that, the only cool thing that we're going to perhaps see on this map is the no duelist composition out of FlyQuest Red. You know, they debuted it, I think, back during main event, right? Where they shifted away from Dodonut, and Dodonut now on that battle sage. And it has been working wonders for the squad. It looks really, really clean. And I'm curious to see how Teddy Tactics is going to try and counter that.
I love that. Us Battle Sage? What are we, back to season 1 of Valorant? It seems like it's been a hot minute since we've seen a good Sage in Icebox. But on top of that, to see new team compositions, I think that's a lot of why we don't enjoy Ascent, Becky, which is you have this tried and true team composition. But with the new meta and with the new agents being integrated into Valorant, it's fun to see how teams take that creativity and kind of show us something new. What are some agents that you would want to see maybe being brought out here by potentially Teddy Tactics if we could decide their team composition, Becky?
Ooh, I think this is a interesting question because it's also a place where I feel like Sentinels, literally all of Sentinels, kind of sing in a different way on this map in particular. I mean, I'm not really going to talk about Vise because she's still really new. I mean, do you want me to talk about Vise?
I want to see a Vise. I was begging Teddy Tactics in Venus's DMs. I'm like, pick a Vise, please. No, it was against Army National Guard, and that's the flag quest, so I think it's even less likely. But still, I agree.
Yeah, as much as I would love to see it, I understand every single time a new agent isn't picked up by teams because it is really difficult. If you're so used to playing with each other, you've done a lot of scrims, you don't want to kind of throw things off by throwing in a new agent with abilities that you're not used to playing alongside yet. And I think Vise, like, being a character with a flash that, like, kind of gets, that just ends up being that much more of an issue. So as much as I would love to see it and see how Vise does on this map, that's gonna have to probably be a thing that we go into a lot later. But one of my favorite things that I like to see that is already being hovered from both sides actually is going to be this Viper. I feel like Viper, through some of these nerfs, has kind of been relegated back pretty far, but this is still one of the places where we get to see Viper really start to shine, and especially alongside things like the Harbor. Something I didn't know that I wanted to see, but now I'm getting a little excited just like seeing it be hovered, is Sonder on this Gecko. I feel like Gecko is such a cool, strong agent for solo queue in particular, but sometimes doesn't get the same amount of love in a lot of like high-level competitive play.
I feel like Icebox is where they get a lot of love, right? I feel like there's this pseudo role that's been adapted on Icebox where it's like you need a spike plant agent, whether that's the security
or
of
a spike plant wingman.
That's what I'm saying. Either the security of a stage wall, the security of a cove, like Orange just has gone with the Harbor pick, or like you said, the wingman planting the spike. And so that's what makes the attack half, which FlyQuest Red is starting on, really, really strong, even though they don't have a duelist. Is like it allows them to kind of facilitate, like they don't have to make as much space because they're blocking it off. They're not going to take these duels as early. But I want to highlight more the Harbor for Teddy Tactics because this is a new composition. Like I said, they hadn't run it too much previously, and in fact they also, I didn't even realize, were running the same composition that we see from FlyQuest Red, which is probably why they changed it. They were also running the Killjoy, Sova, Sage, Gecko, Viper, and they're probably like, I don't think we can do it but better, let's change things up and see if the Harbor is going to be a factor. And I love this. We've seen it from teams. I think Alexis plays it for Shopify Rebellion, and it's really, really good for the retakes, which they're starting out in the defense, right? So I'm not saying both of these teams have nice crutches for their starting halves, but I think that's what we're set up for so far.
I don't think there's anything wrong with having a crutch for your first half. Like, the whole point of being able to pick which side you start off on is figuring out the best way. Like, I feel like we call it a crutch, but that almost, like, assumes that it's, like, a bad thing, almost, when I think in actuality it's just being tactical.
Hey, crutches are support for healing, and Teddy Tactics is going to need some healing from their trauma from FlyQuest Red, right? Eliminating their main event run. But I think if you come out healthy or you come out stronger, then yeah, Teddy Tactics, I'm going to be looking for them to have an advantage here at the start of the half. I'm also going to be looking towards, you know, Venus, who also was that battle stage in their previous composition, now back on the Jet. Maybe we're going to see an operator. I feel like we haven't really seen much opping today. We saw more outlaw action than anything over on our first best of one of Haven, and I feel like when you have a Jet, you have Icebox, and you're starting on the defense, if you can get this pistol, you set yourself up for that operator buy, and let's see if they can follow through on it.
Alright, Venus immediately forced back. Thea gonna be running right into that Killjoy turret to start things off, so a little bit of a mid flank as well as a push up through the start of Maze here for the start of FlyQuest Red, but Thea getting shut down by that double there. So Viper on Viper, and that's going to be the push in. Dizzy up, try and allow FlyQuest Red to push onto the map. Steals and kills back and forth here. It's a 2v2 when all is said and done, thanks to that first initial pick that came through. Nice swings coming out from the 2 remaining FlyQuest Red players to make it a 2-1 Kurosu now with all of the weight on their shoulders, but that weight doesn't look too bad, and Kurosu clutches it up with some nice isolations.
What I say, carry the momentum, carry, you know, your 20-something to 3 KDA from that match on Ascent against the Army National Guard into clutches like that. Again, get yourself off to the right foot. And I mean, FlyQuest Red didn't really do anything wrong other than maybe that last missed timing where Dotonut reswung without Starbound, who was trying to go for the plant, and made plenty of time to wait out that reswing from Kurosu. But before that, right, they did a great job walling off screen so that Kurosu couldn't take the fight with their teammate to get it down to that 1v2 favor. So again, small mistakes, clean those up, but for now, that mistake is going to haunt you with a better buy for Teddy Tactics. An opportunity, like I said, to get the money flowing. And what I'm going to be looking forward to is trying to keep this round as clean as possible from Teddy Tactics.
Sonder with one Dizzy to start things off, but easily able to reclaim, have that flashback up ready in 10 seconds. It's going to be a slow rotation from the side of FlyQuest, not committing to that A site this time around. Instead, going to follow up on the amount of space that Thea has been able to get over towards B site. But Arya kind of always seems to be, I mean, they're only in round 2, but kind of seems to be matching Thea 1 for 1. And this time around, Thea's going to be able to get that revenge and pick up the Vandal to boot. Viper Wall is up, and that means that the spike is not quite able to get planted thanks to the defensive tactics of Kurosu, and Sonder is going to go ahead and acoustically plant that spike. No wingman needed this time around, and Kurosu's going to start to prowl around this first Sage Wall. Finds a nice first pick there. Headshots ringing through here, waiting for this wall to go down, trying to see if anyone's going to push through as the defuse tries to come through, but it's a slow lineup from the players trying to go for this defuse, falling to members of FlyQuest Red.
And what did I say? To keep it as clean as possible, Teddy Tactics. And I'm not quite sure who was sporting that Vandal, but as soon as it is handed over to the side of FlyQuest Red into the hands of the, it's just game over.
It was Arya.
It was Arya. Whew, the Viper on Viper violence, the handoff, the mirror clone getting the better of that situation. And now that lead you established off of Kurosu's clutch has been nullified. Moot. You're back to a save. And now you gotta throw a Thrifty right back into FlyQuest's face if you don't want them to take the lead early on here.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to be a possibility. Side's looking very strong for FlyQuest Red here. It looks like we're going to start off a little bit of support coming in from that chicken to help out Thea should she go for that push up through mid once again. But it looks like it's going to be a full team of 5 pushing on to this A site for FlyQuest here. It's going to be a wall to block off past screens, and plant going through. Sonder this time going to be the one to plant, potentially trying to get that little extra ult orb here as Arya is going to be protected by this cloudburst. Yeah, quickly trying to get past that chicken, not give over any information, and you know, Starbound none the wiser because of those cloudbursts, but thankfully Thea's going to be there for the quick shutdown onto Venus.
Did they expect Arya? Did they see Arya, though? And so now, unfortunately, the rest of the team kind of getting isolated. And the shots on the Classic not aligning, so Orange is the last to stand. They're standing in a molly. They're standing in front of 2 FlyQuest Red players, and now they're going to be falling short of that Thrifty in a 1-2 scoreline. Now FlyQuest Red flip the script, take the lead. And this is kind of, I like to flank first and foremost. But I feel like the big difference here, like I said, with this no dual skull position is Dotonut's still making space, right? They're happy to take those fights, but then it's more passive. Instead of extending into screens, extending into spawn, you just place up that wall and hold a choke point with the rest of your team. And that's exactly what they did beautifully here. Like we're seeing, you know, some small mistakes here and there from FlyQuest Red, but they're making up for them in other ways. And that's how they're now in the lead.
I think there's like now a story that I'm like ridiculously attached to, which is the Viper versus Viper in every single one of these rounds because it's happened in every single round so far. But FlyQuest continuing to bring the pain as quickly and swiftly as possible, immediately taking out 3 players who were left onto this A site, and now it's going to be Sonder trying to send out a little wingman to go for that plant, as the 2 Teddy Tactics players who remain are just waiting for somebody to peek out past A.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, but the lurk, you've got to be joking. And you said it, the Viper on Viper violence.
It's happening
again.
every time.
Oh my gosh, 3 rounds in a row, but that's FlyQuest Red with a flawless round on the board. And again, it comes out of Donut. Like, they are not afraid to take these duels. And also Sonder didn't even buy, but is able to get a weapon there because of that over-aggression, or I guess it's a strategy on the A side to try and seek out that first blood. But then that's a weapon donated on the top of Belt. And so that was collected. That just only fueled the execute into the A side. And now your economy is disrupted for Teddy Tactics. That save was denied, and FlyQuest Red is entering the uptick of their ultimates. So they're probably not going to use in this round unless things get dicey. But what they're going to be able to do is farm those frags, so there's more online with this Thrash, with this Resurrection. But look at this information. This is huge. This should be an immediate rotation. But there's 3 players too, maybe contemplating a flank from Teddy Tactics.
I mean, if the flanks are working so well for them every single round, you know, maybe it's the more the merrier. It doesn't look like that's quite going to be the case. It is a slow collision all towards A here. As soon as that Viper wall goes down, it's going to be the deploy of the Thrash from Sonder to try and sniff out where those remaining players are. But this Thrash does not smell blood. Ooh, a nice revival from of Ev there from Dodona. And, I mean, a lot of advantage put onto the side of FlyQuest Red here.
I'm more shocked that they used the Thrash and the Resurrection on an eco round. It's going to come out again here, the 2v4. I don't expect to see the Reckoning unless they get one more, but fully detained. Players are likely to flood to the cause, and yep, Ev and Starbound each of finding their own frags here. And I liked the attempt there. I liked the buy-up, mainly that Marshall from Teddy Tactics to try and get that advantage. But there's one thing to add to your list of fears in this server right now. It is Starbound with an Outlaw. The first time I became afraid of it was Lotus when they were playing Deadlock of all agents. And that was, I think, back in the main event. And now they're carrying it on to Icebox. I said this is a map for operators, but they're treating it like a map. They're also treating it like a map for operators. They upgraded. And it's at the perfect time as well, because this is when Venus has gotten their operator.
I mean, we'll see. Op versus Op battle, Viper versus Viper battle. They're trying to match each other 1 for 1, but this no duelist composition of FlyQuest has been so far so strong here. And I do want to highlight just how much of that has come from the lurks that have come out from Thea in a lot of these rounds, as well as these first bloods that we're seeing from people like Dodona, as well as just like this strong support power from this double initiator composition. And so FlyQuest Red doing a great job of making it seem like no duelist needed.
This is the first time we're seeing them hit the B site with full rifles. Last time was the second round anti-eco. You see that delay utility, the Cascade, the Swarm Grenade, but none of it's aligning because of this aggressive CT wall. They're trying to take so much space backside Snowman when the real pressure is mounting out of mid off of this Reckoning. Now this lockdown is really going to be protected instead by this barrier. And all of this now is forcing the respect from FlyQuest Red. Yes, they still went for the plant, but they have to be in every nook and cranny off of this site. And as a result, it's fragmenting them. Only one player could fit in each corner. And now somebody has to make a heroic play. And unfortunately, Ev is only going to be able to find one. So Starbound, I said it before, they're with the operator in hand. The op head-to-head, but the Cloudburst is better. So is the Vandal trade. And so is the bodyguarding from Venus. What a retake. Flipping those ultimates perfectly into a round conversion.
Yeah, that's what you're hoping to see as we're talking about ultimates in all of the rounds that we've had so far today. And that's the use that we're trying to see. That's where you're trying to see that conversion come through from those ultimates. Beautifully done from the side of Teddy Tactics. And hopefully this is another place where they can kind of find that high point and continue to use that to convert even further, as Venus and Kalsushi both have ultimates going into this one, and this is a buy-up to kind of try and push that economy that they've been able to build up just a little bit further. That hurts though.
Yeah, you talked about the impact of those lurks, and so Venus trying to get ahead of it before it can cause an impact, but now you've lost your duelist for the retake, who was fundamental in the last round. But fortunately, you haven't lost your anchor on site. Corrosive, this utility, their frag ability, is able to shut down the wingman. Bear in particular, the Gecko. Sandra's gonna fall, and now the flood is queued from the rest of the Teddy Tactics players, but unfortunately they all just flood into their death. Donut looking for the montage, looking for the finisher here, but Oranges contemplating the save. Gonna probably recover the operator from Venus that was left here in Tube. And look at this, they are aware.
Yeah, it's like,
I'm
wait a
expecting
minute.
them to try and swing this and prevent it.
Oh, got a little bit too cautious and went a little bit too far back. We do also see that that wall got put up, so Orange is trying as much as possible to stay safe, but unfortunately maybe gets a little bit too greedy and tries to go for the peak with that operator, so it's gonna get recollected by Dodonut there.
Yeah, I was going to mention they want Starbound to have that second opportunity, that second chance. And here's a fun fact of the day that we haven't really mentioned on broadcast is the amazing Endercast. You know him, you love him from VCT Americas and EMEA. And he's the coach, right, for Teddy Tactics. And so you get that analyst mindset. You get just the vibes. I think they were there because I think their sister was one of the founding members of Teddy Tactics that is now since retired. And they've just stuck it out with this squad. And that's what I love about this team is they have grown together. They are a true-to-life family, and family has gotta join together in hard times. And 5-2 with a timeout on the line. I think their buy is disrupted as well because I mean you were saving an operator, but what do you want to see Teddy Tactics change here?
I mean, I think that this goes back to what we saw in the round before this one, where it really did come down to ultimates and how they were used. This time around, we do see the Viper ultimate ready to go, as well as a Hunter's Fury, actually for both sides, weirdly enough. But I feel like the Viper's Pit in particular has a lot more potency on the defensive side. It has a lot of I wanted to say funnel ability, but that's a weird amalgamation of words, but I think you understand what I'm trying to say with that. And so trying to decide if that's something that you're going to utilize and try and push FlyQuest Red onto a different map where other players are laying in wait, or see if they do push into it and be prepared with something like the Hunter's Fury to try and then push them out into somebody else from even within the Viper's Pit. Instead, it's going to be Venus starting off with the Blade Storm, finds one onto Dodonut, loses a little bit of shield from their ankles breaking there, and Starbound at least able to frag right back. The rotation is going to come through, but a lot of Teddy Tactics players choosing to just anchor onto this A site.
Yeah, they got their revenge, at least for a single frag with this operator. An impactful one at that. That's Kurosu gone. And I like the read there, right? The Sova reveals that there's the Viper here, so you know there was at least 3 on A. And since it's an eco round, there's likely a stack of more. The one player that didn't stack was Orange here, one of the heftier weapons on this arsenal with that Bulldog. They are getting chased down as the rotations follow through, as the Blades come in. They're actually going to force out the lockdown from Starbound for good reason, because it's a 1v1. Starbound again in the clutch. Kalsushi, though, about to get detained, and as their back is turned, fleeing from the scene, Starbound is going to catch the criminal and expand FlyQuest Red's lead to a safe 6 rounds here.
Oh, that one's so hard because that was so close for Teddy Tactics, and we saw so much weight put onto Venus's shoulders, picked up 3 into this one. But when all is said and done, it's those little moments where you make the dash, you're trying to find one of those players for you to start to turn your attention to. Caught like a sight of Gecko's green hair as we made that dash through the wall. And then we're not ready for the operator on the other side of the harbor wall. And it's just a sad fragmentation of a round that Teddy Tactics were looking so strong in to start things off. Now FlyQuest Red continuing to push forward strong. And speaking of pushing forward, yeah, continuing on this lurk train.
I mean, they know they have to go A because of that Viper split over towards B, but they don't know that they are striking through mid. That former thoroughness to clear out the lurk player falls short. Kurosu's timing falls short as well, as they are now with the safety of their team, the safety of their own little family. And it is going to be a 2v5 where they have safety ultimate upon safety ultimate. Viper's Pit, Hunter's Fury. And I expect to see the Sova vacating the site, but they're just playing for the trades with the rest of their team. And at this point, Teddy Tactics, the eco strategy at the timeout's been denied. The buy round at the timeout's been denied. So you look like you're going to try and save here when you know that FlyQuest Red has all these ultimates up their sleeve just to confirm the round.
And I feel like you commented early on about ultimates that were being used by FlyQuest Red when it was an eco round for their opponents, and I think that that's something that I kind of admire about FlyQuest Red, is they're not here to take any chances. They're not even here to try it, like, they're not even gonna say, Teddy Tactics have decided this round is lost, they're gonna save. They're like, let's see if we could shut as much down as possible. I don't want to lose a round. I don't want to let my opponents continue to hold on to guns. And they're just trying to make this as dominating for their side as possible.
And I think that comes out of the fact that they have a reputation, they have a name to uphold. It's one of the few kind of signed organizations in Game Changers NA at the moment. And so they want to keep this as flawless as possible. I know we were in the green room with Kinoob and they were like, hot take, I think FlyQuest Red's going to win it. And I'm like, that's probably a mild take, right? That is the team that is the champ, or is the tournament favorite to go the distance, right? They're going to be #1 seed going into the main event. They beat Shopify Rebellion like YFPX did. And that's the grand finals I'm hoping to see. YFPX versus FlyQuest Red to determine who is that top dog going into the main event. But for now, we got to get past Teddy Tactics versus FlyQuest Red, where Teddy Tactics, yes, it's looking grim. Yes, it's a 7-2, but I know this team, they do not give up. And that's exactly what this strategy is showing. Oranges playing with fire here, trying to scale off the information denial of this cascade. Unfortunately, though, they think better of it and fall off.
Ooh, unfortunately, falling off into the sights of Ev as the slow push forward comes through. Going to be able to break that initial barrier of that cove. Unfortunately, that ended up with a nice little one-way for Oranges. Unfortunately for Oranges, though, Sonder is there for the trade back as well as takes out Kalsushi. Thea lurking once again, but all of a sudden the rest of FlyQuest Red is just moving a little bit faster than Thea is lurking. And, you know, considering your team is winning, maybe it's all good, but we're trying to have this Viper 1v1. If everyone else could just leave so that Thea and Arya can attack each other Viper on Viper.
One enemy remaining.
Thank you.
I would say this was winnable, but unfortunately Kurosu falling there flips the script. No, you know, you play as punished from FlyQuest Red. Great 3K from Sonder. And again, I fall back to the fact that Teddy Tactics is now aware, but it's again just kind of this on and off switch of like, okay, do we know Thea's lurking? Do we not know Thea's lurking? In that round, Arya was like, all right, I gotta go clear the edge. I was like, I think I know what the strat is here now. Is just locked out the post plant with this really strong defensive hold when you have a double sentinel and you've taken a site. And that's like what's so impressive to me is the ease in which they take these sites, right? Without a duelist. It's just, I don't know how they do it. And I don't know if we just need to see Teddy Tactics fight it head on or what, but speaking of head on, almost four players here towards mid. Trying to pressure through, trying to take care of Thea early.
You know, Thea's done some damage, so I get it. They brought the whole army, and really all they needed was Kalsushi with the sheriff.
The other thing this is going to do, though, is keep Starbound to watch the flank. Their turret's been destroyed. So that's one less player to worry about on site. That does mean Arya has to worry about the operator that has them pinned now in a corner. No escape, but look at the rotation that's come through because that mid-aggression is only 1 inch away from sight. Reckoning in a donut tries to overstay their welcome, tries to swim, but they instead will drown in the waves. Spike, though, is going to get planted by that human, I think, at the last second, and Thrash is recycled because of that prior 3K. So even though they have a numbers disadvantage, they have a perfect flash. The Cove.
Oh no, the
As
Cove might be enough. Kalsushi does not hold on to it. Falls off, but does pick up Sonder. Starbound just trying to make the shots through. Isn't just the Harbor utility that is the MVP and the thrifty maker for Teddy Tactics.
And I mean, yes, you're rich, you can rebuy, but Starbound, why do you swing after the round has ended? It was a thrifty. They were going to be able to buy regardless, but that's what I mentioned with this pseudo class of agents that's been born out of the Icebox meta, right? You have either a Sage Wall, a Cove, or a wingman for that defuse to give you an advantage in those sorts of situations where you don't necessarily have weapons, where you know these teams are playing for the post plan. And I think the only real difference there in my mind was the faster rotation because that pop play mid to handle Thea. So you didn't have to worry about the lurk, you could focus on how to dismantle these players on site, and FlyQuest Red didn't have that chance really to play with as many players on site and to spread out in a post plan they were comfortable with, right? Starbound was forced back to clear the flank, and they were immediately flooding off the Reckoning. All that was beautiful for the Thirsty and gives them a chance for an 8-4 or a 9-3. What was the other recommendation I had, Becky? It was proactivity. Hunter Fury, Ari with a frag. All of this is looking great, but FlyQuest Red isn't going down without a fight.
I mean, I'm a big fan of some proactivity, and Orange is also trying to make it happen, trying to play some mind games here, it seems. We're just a little timing moment away here, watching this Pipes angle, trying to see. Saunders going to peek out. Dodona goes ahead with that resurrection, and Orange just peeks out onto it. Unfortunately, is not able to make anything happen as a result of it. Wingman goes ahead and tries to find where some opponents are hiding. Mosh goes out as well, and we're changing the script a little bit here as the Viper's Pit comes out post-wall plant.
And I love this adaptation, right? They understood that last round the win con was Teddy Tactics never leaving that backside control open for the squad. So what do? They don't extend back there. They don't take those fights head on. They rely on the pit. They rely on the cheesy TikTok Sage Wall. And so far, so good because it generates a choke point for Sonder. Unfortunately, with the players, and you have mobility over the wall. But Thea, the lurk play here again is good for not one, but looking for a second. And now it's going to be Donut 1v1 that they are going to leverage that fragability of the Battle Sage to lock in the 9-3 for FlyQuest Red before the half ends.
I mean, I guess there's 3 certainties in life: death, taxes, and Thea lurking. even post Viper's Pit, where you're like, there's no way you could lurk outside of this pit, still manages to just move in an unpredictable way to give FlyQuest Red that little bit of edge. And I'm so excited to see what that's going to mean for the side of FlyQuest Red once they move on to this defensive side, and also see if Dodona keeps this aggression that is here.
I mean, it's a double Senti comp, so I would hope they just play the Sentinel split. And this is also another approach that I like. Starbound, obviously, really insane mechanics in GC as well. So they're going to be playing their utility more for information than for side holds, and they'll depend solely on Thea and this one way and the pseudo-Sentinel potential. That or the retakes, because right now they have a full team speeding at them, and you can see, look at the immediate rotation here from FlyQuest Red as well, not afraid to give it that A-site control and play retake here, and they understand how clean a harbor is and how hard it is to challenge when executing.
Nice wall to start things off. A lot of space gathered by Teddy Tactics despite losing a player and very low HP onto Kalsushi, trying to get this plant down the cove. Protects for a moment. The wall comes out to elevate. Somehow Arya's the only one remaining. Jumps up the zip line to try and finish off Dodona, but it is not enough. The defuse is going to come through, put onto Sonder. FlyQuest Red find themselves post-pistol round double digits.
And the pure stink eye that Dodona gave Sonder, like, how did you let a headshot slip through, even though they didn't die? And the fact that it's Sage as well, like, Sage knowing their energy from the cinematics makes it 10 times funnier. But can we talk about how fast that counterplay was from FlyQuest Red, right? We saw that kind of play of flipping the map off of the Sage Wall from FlyQuest Red on their own attack. And Teddy Tactics replicated it to AT using the Harbor utility instead, right? And that cove. And what does FlyQuest Red do? They flood in, they get their own Sage Wall up as a counter, and they get somebody on the spike. And then it's so much more difficult to fight through. But speaking of difficulties fighting through, again, I talked about it, Fear the Outlaws, whether it's going to be in Starbound's hand or a sniper rifle in Thea's hands. At this point, there's just a distraction over on B. The real execute is coming in towards A. And I love this. The wall to funnel the players into the Judge choke point. And is this a Stinger Force from Teddy, or is it just on Venus? It is. It's a Stinger Force.
Yeah, it does look like it. And, you know, good old Judge coming through from Sonder. Gonna pop the Dizzy as well and just prowl. Popping for those final few picks. 3 onto Sonder, 11 for FlyQuest Red, and Teddy Tactics better start pushing themselves up this mountain now or never.
They are feeling confident and comfortable. You asked whether Donut was going to get aggressive or not, and that round they did off of Sonder. Really playing distraction, it felt like, so they could make that timing on the wrap off of this Dizzy. And that's what allowed them to scale up that fast with the Judge and didn't allow these Stingers to get the job done. The issue now, though, is that felt like a final kind of all-in, right, for Teddy Tactics, and they're about to leave the betting table because they don't have the buy. Versus now the FlyQuest Red bonus is stark, and so is the confidence level. Sonder, again, scaling up with the Judge. This time into Garage, but this is a lot of information then. They're like, alright, nobody's fighting here, even with the Viper Wall here, and Dodonut's going to confirm the exact timing Sonder can probably continue to push forward. And that's exactly what happens!
Very nicely done with that. Sage slow pushes back. I mean, talk about funnel ability and goes right into that judge from Sonder. Starbound now watching, waiting for this harbor utility to dissipate. But it's, well, I was going to say it's not going to happen, but it certainly does for Ev. As we find 2 picks and Thea as well. They're making this look simple and clean against Teddy Tactics.
And flawlessly, yeah, so clean for sure, like squeaky clean energy. But I feel like if I'm Ev, I would have given the side eye to the star down there.
I literally was like, I thought that Ev got them, and then I looked
like,
over
the
for like my
timing.
announcement, and I was like, wait a minute.
It was insane. But that was also the intelligence in the buy. I mean, I think Starbound kept the Outlaw from their second round buy up, but they knew there was going to be light shields because of that force buy, right? They weren't going to be able to afford the best weapons. And that's the case here again, and why they're bonusing again. Is they are like, all right, they're not going to be able to buy here again. They forced again. And they are correct. Guardians across the table. Kurosu the only one that would be able to survive a body shot from this Outlaw. So I wouldn't even be surprised if we're set up for a Starbound ace here, and it's already been started, kicked off with a frag on to Arya.
A scary start to the round when your opponents are staring down a match point. Thankfully, no ultimates at play yet for this round, and it looks like we're going to see if we can lurk around towards this B site, see if we can get the most out of these Guardians that are in hands for Teddy Tactics, and find a lot of those long-range plays and at least get the most out of them. Thea, though, first one to find success over the long range.
And I don't know if it's a miscommunication without the high tide going up, or if it was a choice to try and see if they could get that frag or that information before going for the spike plant. But either way, you've starkly lost numbers. It's a 5v3. You've lost your duelist. And I said it before, Starbound, yes, your ace has been robbed, but the 4K is still on the table with this Outlaw. And Kalsushi trying to be the hero Teddy Tactics needs here, trying to make space, make it safe for the plant here. And Kurosu, I said the one player that could survive a shot to the body isn't enough. And at this point, FlyQuest Red 13-3, more dominant than previous.
Yeah, a very strong match coming through from the side of FlyQuest Red. Extremely precise from all of their players, down to the way that they're using their utility and expecting their opponents to move. I feel like that's something that I have not seen executed as cleanly in any of the other teams, compared to what we just saw from FlyQuest, which was no duelist, but we sure know how to use our abilities that are going to force players back, and sometimes right into the clutches of somebody like Thea or Dodona.
Oh, for sure. And I really was curious, like I said, what would have happened if they did run that mirror comp with no duelists in the server, right? I love Venus, and they said they were feeling themselves, they were excited and energized coming into the matches today, and we didn't really get to see the operator from them that much, right? Because of that disruption, that second round thrifty from FlyQuest Red, that really turned what Teddy Tactics run could have been on its head. And it's all could be, should be, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. This is just the round robin seedings, and you might get your revenge later on. It all depends. I feel like maybe the seeding works out, because if I remember right, it's like alternating seeding in each group, that you won't face off another your opponent from the same group, at least in the first round. But if they make it, you know, into the semifinals tomorrow, who knows what we're going to see from Teddy Tactics.
I mean, I'm interested to see if they can give themselves a little bit of a rally even in just this next round that's coming up, going into tomorrow even. And, you know, just excited to see what FlyQuest is going to bring. The way that they've been playing, and again, the way that they are having full respect for every single one of the players that they're playing against, and not letting them have an inch. You know, an inch leads to a mile, and if you make sure that your opponents don't even get that smallest bit of wiggle room, I'm fully expecting them to be just like soaring full height possible into tomorrow.
Well, with that, that is our last match of the group stage. That was round 3. We have 4 teams per group, A and B, that will be seeded in to an 8-team single elimination bracket. And we got to talk a little bit about that match, but we're going to go to a quick break before we bring Cute New back to kind of just reflect on what this part of the tournament has been. So stick around, and when we come back, we'll continue the action.
All right, I have been allowed to come back here and sit with y'all and reflect on what was FlyQuest Red versus Teddy Tactics. Before we even entered the match, we talked about what a Titan FlyQuest Red was, Zobi, and I think they showed us exactly why.
Oh, for sure. Like, the one downside of their composition is you don't have a duelist. It's hard to get on sites, and they made that look easy peasy. And then once they're on the sites, that's when the coordination locks in, and it's so hard to retake against. And it felt like when Teddy Tactics finally realized that, okay, maybe the Flood retakes, maybe the first blood attempts or that proactivity is what can stop it. It was number one, too late, and number two, I mean, just the mechanics were carrying FlyQuest Red. It was 11-5 with first blood. So it wasn't that they weren't trying, it's just that they were losing some of those opening engagements.
Yeah, and there was this one moment, there's a few quotes that I wrote down that I was like, I need to rephrase this for the audience once we come back, which was, Thea lurks all the time. I was like, oh, okay. Thea was lurking, gets one, gets another. They already plant the spike, and they're still making their way through mid. So I was like, that's pretty funny. And that's very common of a Viper as well. But for Teddy Tactics, I mean, they are currently in the standings 1 and 2, but I feel like they're a really solid team, Becky, and they show potential. Like, what do you think is going to help them move forward and hopefully succeed once this seeding does come through?
I mean, I think that a big thing, especially like now getting to see the stark difference between how they played versus how FlyQuest Red played, is just like the understanding of space. I think that that's something that a lot of people don't take into consideration as much, and Icebox punishes it so much is knowing where somebody could be on a lurk, knowing that somebody does lurk, knowing how many angles are blocked off by something like a sage wall. Like, there are just so many things that you have to kind of watch and be prepared for, and be prepared to lose that space. And I think we just got to see how difficult it was and how much Teddy Tactics fell apart when they lost space. And so I think that kind of coming up with a way for them to do better by finding that space or taking that space back once they lose it or have it blocked off is going to be a big way for them to shine more on a defensive side.
So as you guys know, this was the best of one for all of these squads. We currently have the standings. We had two groups. We had Group A and Group B. So for Group A, FlyQuest Red is currently 3-0. We're not too surprised about that. Umphi's currently 2-1. Teddy Tactic with the 1-2, and then Army National Guard with the 0-3. Over on to our B bracket, we have YFPX with the 2 and actually we're still waiting on that one. So currently 2-0. Could potentially be 3-0. And then Refrags 1-1, and Misos Millionaires 1-1, and then Give Wingman 2 nuclear devices because why not, is currently 0-2. So we're still waiting on those last two or last few matches so that we could have the perfect seeding. But this is the time where I say goodbye to my two friends. So Becky, any last words before you head out for today?
Thanks for having me. I'm excited to come back tomorrow, and I'm very excited for things to be handed over to Gompers and Athena and see what chaos they bring us into.
Zoe?
Yeah, same kind of sentiments mirror there. It's a pleasure to work with you guys and just to be working on the same broadcast as Gompers and Athena, who are going to be covering the action. And I can't wait for tomorrow because we're going to have even more banger games where it's not just playing for seeding, but it's playing for elimination and potentially a cut of that $10,000 prize pool.
So we still have one more best of 3 for you guys at home. The action is not over by far. Like I mentioned, 2 new faces will be joining me here on the desk. But before we do so, it's time for us to take a break. We will see you after this. welcome back. And if you're like, welcome back to where? This is the NRG Neon Dream Invitational presented to you by the Army National Guard. I am Evie, aka Q-Noob, and I have two new faces here joining me today, Athena as well as Gompers. Athena, this is the first time that I get to work with you. How are you doing? And did you get to watch the games that we broadcasted earlier?
Oh yeah, it was so fun to watch. I mean, when I was watching the FlyQuest game, I thought it was going to be a lot closer, but I saw they kind of pulled away and really solidified a lot of their work. And also watching the Teddy Tactics, you know, I felt like they were so close to beating FlyQuest. Like a lot of their game skills were really close, but I really want to highlight the Army National Guard team. That Phoenix was on fire, and the whole time you guys were like, yeah, she's pregnant, by the way. I'm like, bro, I can't even play Valorant like that on a proper day half the time. So that was crazy to watch for me.
Gompers, you're just giggling there. I think you're literally everyone at home right now just laughing at that statement. So what were your thoughts about the matches earlier? Did you get to catch any? Yeah. Well, we are basically going to be showcasing one of the grand finals here, right? We've seeded the teams that they've gone through the round robin stages, so we kind of have a seeding of the teams. I mentioned it earlier before we went to break, but FlyQuest Red and YFP were the squads that went 3-0. Were you guys surprised by that?
I mean, not really. These are the two like top contenders, I guess, that are coming into Game Changers. So I feel like it really made sense, and I think this timeline is kind of a good way to kind of gauge check where they are on their kind of scale right now, because obviously this is the pre-Game Changers season. This is kind of what they're kind of ramping up for. So it's really interesting to see them play.
I'd have to agree. I think in general too, for the top teams, it's always been like this, right? You have the players and the teams that have always been at the top. There hasn't necessarily been a change, and it's really hard to keep up because of I don't know, just the resolve in general between the top teams of wanting to be that #1 spot and obviously, you know, make it to championship. So.
Oh, awesome. So here is our bracket for all of you guys at home. As you can see, FlyQuest Red being that first seed, and then we give Wingman 2 nukes. That's going to be a hard one to say time and time again. Do you guys have a plan on how to shorten that name, Gompers?
Which one?
The give Wingman 2 nuclear devices?
Let's call it. You know what? I don't want to be involved in this.
Okay, fair. We'll move on from there. Someone in the chat, give us a PG-rated short acronym for that team, please, and thank you. Refrags was 4th seed, along with Teddy Tactic being the 5th, YFP being 2nd seed, Army National Guard being the 7th, and then Umpies versus Miso's Millionaires, which I get to give you guys the information that we're actually going to go visit Umpies versus Miso Millionaires. Athena, what are your thoughts on that?
I really think both these teams have a lot to prove. Both of them have this kind of similar skill set where they can prove themselves mechanically. They have that kind of solid teamwork. They have teammates, maybe not the whole roster, but teammates that have played together for a little bit of time. They have the practice under their belts. So I think this should be a really good match. This should be close combat. I think it's going to come down to strategy, to the IGLing, to the protocols in the mid rounds that we're going to have to see both these teams to kind of adapt and push through and get the W.
I love that, yeah. And that's a lot of what we've seen throughout these first group stages where we were kind of fighting out for seeding. Was a lot of these teams were not as familiar with one another, so they had to adapt. So going from the roster, I kind of wanted to just foreshadow some of the teams because I don't think we've casted Umpies on the main broadcast. We've got Carrie, Panini, Supercat, Avery, and Panday. Any of those names ring a bell there, Gompers?
All of them, honestly. Pretty much all. Terra, a little bit of a newer name. I don't know if there was a name change or something along the lines of that. I am aware. Not sure I've seen them in the Game Changer scene before, but for Avery, Panini, Supercat, Carrie, all names that have been in the scene, honestly, for quite some time. Carrie, previously, actually, in YFP, which is interesting enough. Panini, right? Shopify, Rebellion, all these teams that have had such solidified pasts now coming in to make a brand new team with, and combining their skills, which I think is really cool.
So on the side of Miso's Millionaires, we have Habiti, Slandy, Teddyus, Fluffy, Animal, and Edith. Any information that you can give us on them, Athena?
Yeah, I mean, we actually saw them playing earlier on the stream. They were one of the games that were streamed, and they did a pretty good job. I feel like that was one of those games where the scoreline didn't necessarily match with how the game was being played. It felt like both these teams were getting multi-frags. They were in these clutch scenarios. A lot of it came down to these defusals and these retakes, and it felt so close, but the scoreline at the end of the day was pretty big. That being said, a lot of these players, Habibti, Slandy, Animal, Edith, they've all been very well known amongst the Game Changers scene. They've played a lot. They've played on different teams. That's why I'm saying this game, for me, is going to be pretty much a banger because both these teams have these kind of high-level players that we've known, that we've seen be so good and so prominent in the way that they play. And so it's coming down to, like, this strategy. That being said, like, for me, I don't necessarily have a prediction, but my prediction is that it's going to be super close.
Okay. I mean, I have to ask Gompers because prediction
like,
was
okay.
brought into this conversation.
My bad.
What are your thoughts?
Yo, my bad.
No, honestly, I have to agree. Well, I'm leaning more towards the side of Oomphies, not because of the name, I swear. I think in particular, right, for Oomphies, it's for them to play this game. I don't know. I've seen these players play in separate teams. I feel like when I think of the combined effort of the separate playstyles, right? Obviously putting the duelist role on, especially Panday here, which I think is a phenomenal player. I definitely don't play the Yoru though next time. I think like for me in particular, when I look at Panday, Supercat, Carrie, Panini, Avery on this team, it feels like a super team. So I'm pretty excited.
Yo, get that Yoru hate out of here. We love Yoru in this house.
I'm a little, no, I've seen Panday smack on Yoru, but I'm saying today's not the day. Let's direct it somewhere else.
Yeah. It is a single match elimination, right? Or a single series elimination. Where we are going to get to see 3 maps. If they're really one of the teams is on their A game, it's going to be a 2 map, but potentially we are going into that 3 map series, which leads us into what maps are we going to be seeing throughout this specific series, and we have that available for you guys. So let's check that out. We're going to start off with Lotus being the already off the map. We don't want to go there, Athena. And then we're also going to be adding the Icebox. No Icebox here today. Also, Bind is going to go... Or actually, excuse me, no, Bind is going to be a map that we're going to be seeing. And that's actually going to be map number 1. And that was the choice of Miso's Millionaires. Gompers, any idea why they want to go there?
Miso's Millionaires? That's a great question. Honestly, I feel like, again, it's just practice and preparation, especially with, you know, timely. I believe you said Haven, correct? I'm not like gassing myself. Bind? The first map?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, for Bind, yeah.
Bind, yeah.
All right, no, we're chilling. I think it's there's more flexibility with Bind, especially with, like, again, I talked about in the beginning the new meta's coming in and the usage of now the Gecko and the possibility of actually even having a Deadlock start to be popular in this particular setting, I think is going to be really exciting. And I know a lot of people have been wanting to abuse this. So for Bind, for Meso to pick, definitely could be a comfort pick. I kind of see it leaning more in that direction, but I'd say, I mean, I'm excited to see what they really do have prepared here.
Well, Gompers already foreshadowed the next map, Athena, so it's going to be Haven.
Sorry,
guys. She knew.
No, you're good.
She knew.
So Haven being thrown into the mix, and then we're going to end off with the decider map being Abyss. How excited are you to see Abyss?
Okay, first of all, don't be mad if I mess out the call outs on Abyss, because that map has me so confused when I play on it. But I am so excited. For me, I've been an avid Fracture fan, and so Abyss kind of gives me similar vibes where it's super fast playstyle. I feel like as soon as you're at the front of the map, you're already ready to face the team, using that mid process to kind of get through to your enemies. I feel like it's just such a fast and specific playstyle. And overall, Bind and Abyss are two very puggy maps. These two maps, you can hold W and actually genuinely get away with it. There is a lot of strategy that can be integrated, but not that much. Whereas Haven, Umfi's pick, this is a full strat heavy map. You have to probably take space. You have to properly make sure you're putting pressure on different sides of the map to not just get completely run down by Util.
Yeah, that is going to really be a huge dictator of obviously what if we get to see the third map, which is Abyss. I am also a lover of Fracture in any map that requires not just W King a site. I like the fact that there's mid play. I like the fact that you need to really coordinate with one another to entry into a site. So I'm just as excited with you, Athena, about Abyss. But we shall see whether we go into that third map or not. A reminder, this is a best of 3, which means they're going to need to bring out their full-on strats and their coordination as much as possible. But with the history of both of these teams on this tournament, number one being that we have a 3rd seed versus a 6th seed. Do you think that really is going to put a lot of weight on the teams and the way that they showcase themselves on this series, Gompers?
I mean, I'm not leaning in that direction. I'm not sure, honestly. It's so hard to kind of pick and choose in these moments and situations too, because, you know, looking at VODs, it's like the only thing you really do have to occur to is like all the way back to Game Changer Series 2 and then up to here as well. But in general, I do genuinely feel like, honestly, just good luck to both of these teams. Meso, Meso and Incream. Oh my gosh, I can't speak. Meso, an extremely good team. Oofies as well. Obviously, both teams having, I feel like, more so names that I've definitely rooted for at times within the 3 years I think I've been doing this. So I'm more so just, I'm here for the ride. So
fair. I'm also here for the vibes. Athena, are you here for the vibes?
I'm here for the vibes. I'm definitely here for the vibes. But I actually just want to like touch up on the question you just asked about the seeding. That is why earlier I mentioned that the round differential felt a little bit bigger for Misos. Oh my god, I'm struggling like you, Gompers, now. Right? I feel like just their name is like making me speechless because, like, you know, I'm so excited to watch them play. No, but actually I feel like the map discrepancy, the round discrepancy was a big reason why they're placed at this seed. But for the main part, I don't think that this seed is going to be an issue for them. I feel like now both these teams, they fully understand with these maps how they're going to be able to play and how they're going to want to play. And I think even though the seeds are so different, I think it's still going to be a really, really close game.
I like that. I'm a huge believer of the underdog story and being like, hey, even though people count you out, it's not quite there. And I mean, I kind of want to touch on the fact that, Athena, you have, number one, casted, been an analyst, and also played in the scene as well. So what is that like when people kind of doubt you? Does that motivate you more? Does that kind of maybe give you a little bit more anxiety? Like, how is that for you? And I mean, what could some of these players take away from that?
Anything from the outside is purely motivational, only because you as a player know exactly how you want to play and you know exactly how hard you've worked to get to that spot and how much effort you're putting in. So no matter what anyone else says, it doesn't really matter. They're not there for the scrims. They're not there for the practices. They don't know how much you play and how much time you put into it. So at the end of the day, it's just you and how you want to play and how much effort you're willing to put in. So anything from the outside, including hate, including underdog status, whatever it is, take that pressure and you have to be able to turn it into that motivation, because at the end of the day, playing Valorant or any esport, It's a pressure sport. You are an athlete performing. You have to be able to perform. And only the top athletes are able to turn any kind of pressure into their motivation. So for that, I feel like all these players really, really, really just need to understand that. It doesn't matter what seed you're at. It doesn't matter if you're down 0-9 like FlyQuest was a long time ago versus Teddy Tactics, but we came back. It's oddly specific. But it doesn't matter because you can come back no matter what.
I love that. I was touched. That's really nice to hear from someone who's lived through it too. You know, it's one thing to hear it, but from someone who's experienced it themselves is another thing. And Gompers, I'm gonna put you on a spot. I feel like you've been around since the age of Game Changers. You've casted so much. Like from what I can remember, you were there either casting or like just hands-on in the Game Changer scene. So. You've seen all the faces of Game Changers. What does an event like this from NRG kind of bring or inspire in you for the Game Changer scene?
I think it's great that we have a tournament like Neon Dream in the first place. First of all, because I feel like, especially like in the off season, there hasn't really been too much going on, and this really does give a platform for those who do want to grind the game and practice and, you know, put that effort forward. I think it's really, really good that stuff like this is happening, and it gives not only like an incentive to play, but also for females and basically literally anyone in the marginalized gender scene a space to feel safe and also have fun and, you know, maybe play against their friends that they've been playing against for years. And I think in general, it brings me joy. It brings me joy to finally be able to kind of be like, oh my gosh, I'm casting Neon Dream tomorrow. Like, this is exciting. This is great. Like, there's finally something going on in the marginalized gender scene that you know, I can be a part of. So
I love that. Yeah, there isn't that many events, but we're starting to get more events just like this one. So keep a lookout. I think that we saw a post on Twitter from Play Valorant about some off-season events that are going on, so make sure that you stay tuned. And with that, we are ready to go. Ladies, you guys are going to be casting the single best of 3 single elimination, so may the best team win and take it away.
All right, finally into it. So we do have Umphys versus Mesos Millionaires taking place, and teams that I believe we haven't actually seen Umphys play in live yet. I think this might be their first official live broadcasted game.
Maybe, but I'm like trying to. I've been watching so much Valorant the past few days that my brain is just like racking up all these players. But yeah, Bind. I mean, I'm really interested to see how this goes because on one hand, you have this deadlock that a lot of players don't know exactly how to play against yet, because even though she's been introduced to this comp for so long, she's been in the game for quite a while now. Competitively, she still hasn't been picked that much, but we have Animal kind of locking that in, so I'm excited to see how that goes. But again, on the other side, we have the double controller from Umphys, and I feel like that's just kind of a meta comp pick and not something too bad, not something too crazy, but also something pretty solid for Bind.
Yeah, I think this is good. I'm just waiting for like the lock-in on whether or not that clove is 100% actually this time. So wow, this is different. It's so interesting, like how everyone is kind of, I wouldn't say more playing to their comforts, but like for a clove to be pulled out alongside a deadlock, I think that's going to be such a good interaction, especially with, what is this, like double sentinel and then tapping the controller. So yeah, this is good. Very big hold. I feel like Habibti definitely just looking more for the effort rounds where, you know, they do have those save situations and kind of just trying to pick the economy back up. Because for me, Chamber being here, especially with this lineup, feels more like a kind of like the savior in certain bad situations. So
yeah, for sure, being put in those clutch scenarios are super important, but also I feel like when it goes to that defense side too, playing that Chamber, you can get those opening picks and be able to rotate super fast with your TP. You're still able to TP back into spawn. I know the length has been shortened a little bit, but recently Chamber did get a buff. I don't believe we're on that patch yet, but still being able to practice that Chamber is pretty good. And now we're going to get this pistol round underway with Mesos on the attacking side.
Yep, pulling calling for a call to go up towards B. So much noise already made too. So this is like information off the rip for Oomfies to just gather. Yeah, already pushed themselves on. So Ted Fluffy getting one. Everybody else working their way towards the middle of site to try to get that spike down. But it's good because you have Super Cat with possible paint shell to really just shut this one down.
This post plant gonna be super hard. That deadlock utility being so annoying. You can see the Brim just kind of trapped behind this wall, not able to break it, especially on this pistol round. Takes so many bullets, but Edith with a beautiful shot onto Panini. And now this retake looking a little bit harder. 3v3. So many players on site, but Ted Fluffy just playing on site. As I say that, the retake is just playing insane shot after shot, trade after trade. And Oomfies takes away the pistol round. That was just such a fast-paced round, Gompers.
It's weird because it was so fast-paced, and then it also felt so slow with the entry. Like, so much noise made, but then at the same time, not enough movement. And then rotation, I could see, came in so quick that it kind of just overlapped at that point. But
yeah, and then we have the Clove with 5 out of 8 orbs already, and it's only been 1 round, so getting that extra life is going to be pretty good for Misos. We're going to have this second round going underway, and this second round is actually kind of important because you can't undermine those pistols, man. I mean, this second round, you can get picked off. You can't be too crazy aggressive. You need to get in those close combats if you do have those Spectres close range. And now a lot of hookah control trying to be taken. That Chamber Chirp doing work, but Carrie getting the opening pick with the Outlaw.
Oh no, just see the back and you're like, oh, where are you going? That sucks, yeah. Oh my gosh, caught red-handed for Mesos Millionaires. How did they recover? That was a nice paint show though. I think if they just faced the right direction, it would have been game. It just sucks clearing angles like that. Teamwork working out well for Oomfies, and that's a band-aid that needs to recover Mesos Millionaires.
Yep, second round going towards Oomfies. Kind of interesting to see how Mesos is still kind of playing a little bit slow. You kind of just mentioned this, like kind of getting that entry and taking everything a little bit slower.
Yeah.
I feel like this round is definitely a round to also not get picked off. They need to be aware that Oomfies might be playing something crazy on their defense side, but it looks like they're just going to go for a standard long B default, leaving that chamber alone towards the A short side.
Smoke's down.
I like this though, somewhat split up and making noise. Fast rotations for Oomfies I've noticed when it feels like the push is very evident, but yeah, right here actually keeping pretty patient, which is nice. But already first shot coming through. Habibti looking for a clear. Nothing more. That would have been such a good place to stand to keep hold of, but yeah, taking another.
Oof. That was a really good re-aggression from Panini, but Habibti was just ready. But as soon as we say that, Avery does come in with the trade, making this a 3v4. Not too bad for a bonus round if they're able to get a couple more guns off the Miso side. But they already have the A site. Animal getting the pick on the rotate from Panday. Now they're just down to going back to B. These TPs are going crazy. I actually thought they were going to stick to the A site since they had it all locked in, but they knew that Avery was just stuck in short.
And keeping one back to just clear up is pretty smart, though. Yeah, they're just clearing out numbers at this point. It gives Kari a sense that someone's behind, but they don't have to fight the other angle. So at this point, yeah, it's just going to be a 1v1. Hopefully they run away from it, but I think here the... Oh, never mind. Ted Fluffy down.
Ted Fluffy down, and now this Vandal going towards another Oomfies, and I feel like getting 2 guns down it's still pretty good for your bonus. The ideal is getting like 3 guns down because then you actually mess with the economy, but for now this is looking pretty good. Not a bad bonus round and looking to be a 2-1, and I feel like now we're kind of going to start seeing an actual default from both these teams, Gompers, and I want to know, like, it looks like their Misos is kind of playing heavy towards that long B and putting a lot of pressure, but I saw a lot of potential from Oomfies, you know, taking up that short space.
Yeah, and I like that. I like that a lot, actually. I like the lurk from the chamber. I'm surprised they got to run away from so much, and even like forcing into another 1v1. I think that was so risky for Oomfies to push. Like, Panini single-handedly, like, trying to play a duelist role there was probably a little too risky. But all in all, I mean, 2-1. It was still early on in the game. There's so much more.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to see a lot more of those things where all these players, they're so experienced. And now taking that long B control, Miso is doing a pretty heavy default. And they're just looking to poke, put some pressure, get some info, and they do have this Clovelt ready.
Mm-hmm. And this would be actually really good because it gives confidence. And this is nice. I'm surprised it's so open. Nobody watching a single angle to hold back choke. So you just have space that is so free range. Oh my gosh. And they might as well just take this one too. Yeah, nice though. Carry actually wins that out. Oh, never mind. It's GG. Oh my gosh.
Oh no, Ted Fluffy, not like this.
Oh, that's gotta hurt. That's unfortunate. They're still going though. On the defense, already 4 players still left alive on the side of Oomfies and possible wide swing to take place, but of course it's Panday. That just gets taken down. 2 players though left sandwiched in. Slandy's better than this though. Pop flash that could occur. Yep, beautiful, but the flash on themselves leads to a back.
The fact that this isn't a 1v1 right now for Slandy should not have happened in the first place. That was like a 1v3, I think. And now being able to go all the way towards A, get that spike down. I mean, Slandy, they don't have any flashes left. They only have a heal that doesn't really work. But looking to get another pick. Super Cat, they still have a satchel. They can take this pretty quick too if they want it.
Spike is planted, I mean, exactly where you would think a Skye would hide. So in this moment, it's good on Super Cat. At this point, really up to them to clear the angles here. Not a lot of time, so if they don't try to bait something out right now, it pretty much is game over. Slaney in such a good position. There it goes. At least some sort of signal of hearing, and only pros don't fake. Alright? Super Cat's so good, just waiting for it to happen. But a nice clutch. Yeah, playing the time game, which is good.
Yeah, Slandy played that so well. I mean, that was pretty much a 1v3. Getting those 2 picks on the B site and being able to take the space into CT. Slandy, really, really well done. Ted Fluffy, I mean, they had so much space when they got elbow gompers. I felt like we were about to see just like a shutdown with this contact play, but the timing was just insane. And this 1v3 Slandy gets the 2, and obviously we did just see this clutch looking so good. And 2-2, this is exactly what I was talking about by both these teams being similar skill level. Anyone can clutch. Anyone has the mechanics. Both teams have really good micros. It's just up to how the timings and the playstyle is going to work.
And there goes the timing and the playstyle for Super Cat. So they're just holding on with a Sheriff to make a quick play, but I'm surprised leaving, I guess more so playing retake scenario here, but leaving the Raze alone is dangerous.
Ooh, nice kill from Ted Fluffy, holding that flank, carry getting picked off, but 4v3 Oomfies, they don't have that much to work with. They just have these sheriffs trying to play picks, trying to get guns down, do something for the economy. They do have this Viper's Pit, but I don't think they're going to do anything with it. Edith looking to fight Panini. Avery taking a really, really aggressive angle, and now Panini left 1v4 but not able to do anything. Ted Fluffy with a really, really good 3 kills, and now everyone seems to be a little bit closer to their ult orbs.
Yeah, I like this. I like the cheeky angle hold. I think Oomfies had the right idea overall, but yeah, just couldn't hold on. It seems as though the aim and the vandals of everyone else was just a bit too strong.
Both teams with the Raze Rocket. I wonder if they're going to do something crazy fast too for Misos. Doesn't look like they're setting up for it though.
They absolutely have it in the bag here too for Oomfies. I think they're definitely more aggressive up towards B. I like this though. Early info. Already moving up. How does Fluffy? All he needs just maybe 1 isolation. So they isolate this fight. They get 1. They pretty much run away with it.
so quiet around the map, and the Viper Pit finally being popped. They just took so much space and so much pressure off their long B that now they're gonna be able to kind of rotate one of those players towards that A side now that they have it fully stocked up. As I say that though, all three players still staying towards that B side. A lot of pressure with the Sky Dog coming in, and we are gonna see those rotations. But look at this, Misos, they're already set up to come back towards B, Gompers.
Oh, this is good. The Viper's Pit is just placed so awkwardly on the outskirts, so there really is no like possession that it's having. Instead, Edith is just trying to go down to gather some sort of space and does a good job at doing so. So now you do have Mesos Millionaires able to grab so much space in this moment. Super Cat, nice with a 2K, does relay this back. But I don't even think it's going to be enough. 2v2 now. Slowly working its way. So much util for Canada to use in completion with the teamwork here, but there isn't any placement. Yeah, nothing that you can do with trade-offs.
I mean, this round was looking so good for Misos for a second, but that Raze Rocket just turned the round around for these defenders. Oomphies, they just scraped by. I mean, I agree with you too. The Viper's Pit, a little bit on the outskirts. They had a lot of long B information, but then they completely gave up the site. The Gecko completely rotated off. They're playing far back in that CT. It felt a little bit lacking as a hold, but that being said, Super Cat, super fast rotates, super good rocket. You see what I'm doing here? Super good, super good ult, and of course this 3K to completely turn the round around. I feel like these rotates are going to be the name of the game here. I talked about the chamber being able to fast rotate, be able to quickly get onto those sites. And now we're kind of seeing Super Cat do the exact same thing. They're doing a really good job on Oomphy's side of taking care of this TP business.
Got in the bag too with the lurks on attack. Very, very good early info to start. They take off some picks. They hear, hey, B's clear. That's the direction they go for, but... And already, yeah, nice flash coming through Super Cat with a spam, but of course 7 bullets left and still making it work. It's gonna be nice for a while. Everybody else just waiting on the outskirts to see what type of damage they can do, but Mesos Millionaires, they continue to keep hold. It's interesting. There's no pushback. They want to keep the site with lack of util, and then, yeah, stuff like this just ends up happening where now you're stuck in a 2v2. There's nothing really to fight for. Headshot down, and that's a one-person disadvantage.
Mesos looking like they just didn't have the proper confidence to go in with that util. Obviously the Brim ult delayed them so much at short, but they still had the flash, they still had the dog getting into that U-Haul, and the Raze just needed to be able to push up against it. But Slandy in this 1v2, we saw them 1v3 earlier, but the Gecko ult is gonna get a hold of Slandy, and now they're gonna get this 4th round under their belt, and I'm feeling like Mesos just needs a lot more confidence on their executes if they are going to take it fast. So far, their slow defaults have been working really well, Gompers, and I feel like they've been able to get picks, they've been able to catch rotations. So I'm wondering if they're just going to fall back into that, or is Oomphy's going to kind of change their defensive style and play a little bit more aggressive?
I think aggression might be the key, but with a plan. I think so far, like, the site hold, they're so eager to keep it, but sometimes, like, the call might just be to push back and let them have it, because they have so much firepower here. I think that with the Gecko added on with the Raze, like, 2 initiators, so they do have that site retake. Now, I mean, we might just be able to see it here. Seems like they're going to aim for the hold more so. Avery keeping the angle, luckily enough backing off, so this is more so what I wanted to see.
Yeah, and they do have that Clovell up again, now trying to contact into elbow. Ted Fluffy, are you gonna do this again? No! Avery with the pick, but the Clovell getting popped. Edith getting 2K and Ted getting another trade. This is what that last round that we saw getting into elbow should have been, but Panini just holding this deep CT angle, and it's looking like Oomphies are gonna opt for some sort of save. But do they know the chamber's lurking right here? Oh.
They never know.
They
never caught
know.
on. Oh no, it's caught on.
Never let them know your next move.
Yeah, right?
But yeah, I mean that round looking really good for Mesos. Looks like that was exactly the plan that they wanted to do last time they had this Cobalt. So just worked out a little bit better where the Clove got picked off kind of in an open area where they can use that ult, get away with it, and be able to pop that second life and just play super aggressive. But we saw the Rays also going in for those picks, and that's what I was kind of talking about, where I want to see Mesos being more aggressive, especially on a map like Bind. This map is literally just... Oh, Panini, you almost saved it. You almost got it. I did not expect you to die there. But this map is just so important when it comes to being able to take that space aggressively. Mesos has done a good job of being able to take long B and take hook and control and take some sort of space slowly. But when they do get into the execute section of their plan, they tend to just hesitate a little. But we saw that heavily improve, and now we're down to a save half buy from Umfis. All sheriffs across the board though.
Seen some nasty sheriff shots take its toll. I think, oh yeah, right there. Already damage made through the wall. Apparently that's the way that we're going to play this game. Maybe not the best placement here, but tons and tons of damage already making and taking its toll, but that's got to be unfortunate. The paint shell just left in the back, and now you got a wide swing, take a shot at it. And yeah, it's an unfortunate round for the save. That really did come through, but that 5-4 looking very good in Mesos Millionaire's eyes.
You can never doubt the GC sheriff. For real.
It works.
It works. That deadlock wall in the TP was kind of lethal though. Did you see that? They threw paint shells behind the deadlock wall behind the TP.
Yeah,
and I think that was so annoying. Like generally if I for real, if I was playing right there, I'd be so mad. I'd be like, dude, I can't even get out of the TP. I don't even have a gun to shoot the wall. This is doomed. It's a trap. It's a literal trap. They used their trap card, and now we're gonna see somewhat of a heavy push towards A. These sky cabbages being popped and looking like a super fast execute here for Mesos.
Okay, double paint shell too. I like it. Actually closed off just a bit, but they're keeping inside a U-Haul. Yeah, man, and they're still fighting for it too. Luckily enough, backing off. So patience definitely being observed from Umfis, just wanting them to take the time to plant the spike, waiting for the flank as well to come through. Already tons of damage off Slandy.
What an angle for these fights. Slandy taking so much damage, just trying to cross back into sight, but the spike still hasn't been planted. Tapped right now, but they're already walking up here for this retake. Panini taking so much space.
Good. Continue. They actually know exactly where... Yeah, I was about to say, they know where Ted Fluffy is, but... Ooh. Flank comes along, and they close this off pretty tremendously. Umfis slowly bring themselves back.
We saw Mesos play a little bit more aggressive, a little bit faster that round, and I feel like it didn't work out in their favor. And I want to say the only reason why is because they got stalled so much by the util, by the counter util. They need to be able to bait that out before they want to do something super fast, and that's why this defense comp has been super annoying. The double initiator, the double controller, the molly, the smoke, like the dogs, there's just so much issue here against this defense side that you really have to be able to kind of break this util. But looks like Mesos aren't gonna give up. They're doing the same thing, going for that fast short A play.
Oh, and they still have it. Dude, what? Off the rip, and everyone's just getting smoked through smoke. Like,
I see what you did there.
Oh yeah, thank you, thank you. It just keeps continuing. Once the smoke goes down, the shots go up. And Carrie, what the... what the... oh no! And they're still jumping around, and Slandy just doesn't know.
Okay, I feel like now Mesos definitely got the idea that they can't be doing that fast stuff right now. They need to be able to bait a lot of this util. They need to be able to play this not even a little bit slower, but just a little bit more strategic. They don't have that much util to be able to take this much space. With that deadlock, you want to get into those post-plant scenarios because you can block off so much of their space with that wall. You can delay for so long. but they're just not getting past that first initial point of the execution of the entry. And the reason why is just because they have so much less util compared to Oomfies. And now aggressive showers control, Slamby running through a molly, Panini getting the first pick of this game, this map.
That feels so good for Oomfies, because now they, I mean, going 6-5, this is what, the last round to give yourself a lead. Definitely a little bit more relaxing knowing that one player is gone.
So much space being taken by this defensive side. They have all of Hookah. They're still spotting this long B, but Mesos, they're trying to fall back into this. Panda in kind of a dangerous spot. Not able to get that pick, and now this Hookah control is completely given up.
And they're jumping it down. Looking for access, looking for entry. Avery does get a shot down on Habibti. Kind of leads into a little bit more of the information gathered. It's so interesting with this Viper's Pit, because it's so excluded off the site, and you can still gain some easy entry. I mean, I guess they're waiting for everybody else in the extremities to make it happen, but it does work at the end of the day. Making sure they close off one access and then really just honing in on the other.
Yep, Carry with that super fast rotate too, able to get on site and be just a nuisance. Getting the 3 kills, just being really, really annoying. You love that on the defense side.
Yeah.
And again, Mesos, I mean, they're getting a little bit of success when they do these defaults, but they just weren't able to close it out. But now we are going to be seeing them on the defensive side. We talked about their chamber. We talked about the deadlock being super annoying. The only counter is that Oomfies does have a lot more util, but that being said, they'll still have to play a little bit slower, because you can't just like keep running up, especially if they have the operator online on chamber. You have to be able to take everything a little bit more strategically. And just a shout out for Avery and Panini. I mean, 2 controllers on top of the scoreboard. That's pretty good.
They taking control, honestly. Yeah, they're
see what you did there,
right? They're doing a really good job. I would have to say. I think on the defense too, there's been some pretty impressive plays. Like, this is interesting. It's so interesting to see like what really goes on behind the brains of these players and like the new tactics that they make for themselves.
I don't think anyone knows what's going on in Valorant players' heads, but Edith going for an aggressive wide swing towards Showers, and Supercat able to get that opening pick. Habibti trying to get some sort of trade towards this short area. It's looking like Oomfies is just gonna run up at them. They have no delay right now.
And they're still going for it too. So many players already downed at the scene. And they have to try to pick it up. It's so low on the side of Ted is Fluffy, and still somehow managing to make the shots. Fusel's not going to come easy, though the headshots, I guess they are. 1v2 situation. All they need is a pick off of both. A body shot, maybe even, to add to the pain. Ooh, yeah, big spam coming through. One more shot and a clutch from Carry to give that 8-5.
My god, Carry is on fire these past couple rounds. That was looking a little scary. I mean, Oomfies, they just held W and started running after that first pick. I mean, gradually so. I mean, they got that first pick. They got so much space and so much information. But that 1v2 should not have been that close. But it doesn't matter, because Carry is here. And now going into the second round, we do have a Guardian. I like that from Carry. I'm feeling the confidence. The wide swing with the Guardian goes crazy. But looking like we're going to have a lot of presence towards the shower control, which is different from what Mesos was kind of focusing on. The full stack towards speed. They're walking down. This is going to be called out, and the insta-rotate is coming in for Oomfies.
The aggression does not stop at all, but they're looking for information down towards the back. They actually don't find any. I think either way, they definitely know that somebody's there. So Oomfies, tons of information, now just having to figure out how they're going to play this post plan.
This is going to be such a hard retake. They have all these spots open, and Mesos, they don't have that much util, that much firepower. The retake towards Shower being absolutely wonderful. These micro plays working out perfectly. This retake is looking to get shut down.
And there it goes, another one. Down 2 at Oomfies. They are just fighting this one down. And now with a 9-5, that gives them a pretty clear head into what they want to continue doing. But yeah, Oomphies, they took the pistol round by stride. Now they're in the lead.
I feel like we're seeing a lot more confidence from Oomphies versus Mesos when they're on that attack side too. Feels like they're just ready. They have a lot more solid of a game plan prepped, which is funny because I believe that this is Meso's map pick, if I'm not confused. And so it's really fun looking into it, seeing how they're kind of balancing each other and running with all their util, making sure that everything is kind of polished and clean, and every play kind of has some sort of ideal outcome that they're really, really performing on.
Yeah. And the performance continues, especially now as Supercat tries to make way. Wow. They're just hiding. Dennis Fluffy is just literally waiting for the ball to drop. And that in fact it did.
That was such a cheeky way to get that first kill, but now, I mean, they still are on a bonus round. Grouping up and staying together, it's a really good call, but this execute coming in. Panini looking to take as much space as possible, but Edith just holding the back of that site. Lots of util coming in to delay. This Prowler taking that U-Haul control, and Animal getting really, really good pick for, oh my god, getting both picks, just taking this U-Haul completely on her own, and now Habibti cleaning up carry and looking like they finally got a round under their belt. This might just be the motivation and the kind of momentum they need to win the next couple of rounds for this defense side.
If anything, yeah, they 100% needed this. This was a turning point for Mesos Millionaires to kind of get away from the constant wins that were going on. Because I feel like if one more had happened, they would have most definitely kind of had to fall into this mental game of now trying to pick themselves back up. Oh my gosh, what do we do? But there isn't that anymore. They know, hey, you know what? What were we even thinking? We're better. We know what to do. And now we have the ultimate ready again. I feel like the only ultimate I've ever seen is the Clove. So I'm...
We did see her do a lot, or see them do a lot of work with that Clove ult twice, so hopefully looking to use it a little bit again, but this Gecko ult taking the Shower's control. We've said Oomphies loves the Shower's control. They've been doing a really, really good job, but these paint shells, they're gonna hurt a little bit. Cat getting a pick onto Edith, but not before she gets a pick, and Carrie just cleaning up. Poor Prius trying to catch all these kills. This is a banger game where so many things are happening. And now Slandy in a 2v2.
Yeah, doing those repetitions pretty often too when it comes down to showers. So yeah, Oomphies kind of just figured out, hey, they have this smoke up here, somebody's on the other side. Let's just shoot it down. Let's see how the fight takes us. But now it's literally just two players waiting for somebody to walk through and challenge the other.
Last player standing.
Panday with the wide swing, but the Clove ult to try to get out. This is so hard for Fluffy to stay alive. Panday now trying to get info, but Slandy with a really quick timing to take all the way up short. Do they know that they're still here? 2v1, clearing together, trying to get the spike down. Time for CT.
Enemy remaining.
Slandy is found, but gets a pick first, and now this 1v1.
Wow.
Avery finishing off. I mean, whenever I see Slandy in a clutch situation, I get scared. I start sweating. Because, like, if someone's going to do it, it's Slandy. But Oomphies coming out on top again. Playing everything so strategically, so slow and together as a team.
I can see how that didn't work, which it sucks because Slandy had the right approach. It's just, you could hear the footsteps leaning towards the front of box there. So, you know, when you pop flash the other side, it really doesn't feel like you can make it in that duration with a pop flash, and there has to be other intentions. So, I mean, great approach to it. Positioning wise, man, it's just such a heat in the moment where Slandy's just fighting to really bring back Mesos Millionaires. And I mean, at that wow, okay, off the start, everybody just goes down. I don't know what Oopies are doing right, but they're eating good.
Delicioso entries, as they might say. this eco round from Mesa's not looking too hot. I mean, they tried, they got one of those kills down, but not looking like they're gonna be able to get one more. They know Slandy's short, and Carry finishing up with those 2 kills. Again, poor Priya is trying to observe this. We didn't even see what happened. We just saw the kill feed all of a sudden get full.
At this point, I'm full watching this game. Like, give me, give me a second. I need to recover from what I'm watching. This is plentiful, in my opinion, man. And I think, okay, this is the turning point. We got Showstopper. We got Slandy with the little flowers that fly. I don't know. I forgot the name.
Cabbages.
And cabbages.
Go
Yes,
crazy.
thank you. Yeah, that is the technical name is cabbages.
Yeah.
Yes.
Looking like this defensive side are trying to do something a little bit aggressive. This is what the chamber was for, but Avery is not scared. Being able to just contact in and take that first pick, that's not going to be what they want. Edith stuck on this double stack, but able to get the pick onto Supercat, and now 4v4 Edith. Oh my god, these shots are so crisp, and the spike is now down in Showers.
Like down and an approach coming up towards B. Just trying to clear this. What's the direction here though? You have Spike left in your arms. Panda's just trying to clear B for the take up towards A, but there isn't really enough firepower leading up towards there. I mean, Animal kind of caught out, but now Ted is Fluffy just moving back towards the end side. Could have fought a little heavier towards Spike, but I guess it doesn't matter at the end of the day because the shots are hitting, and now Panda is absolutely beautiful. 12-6. We're already at match point.
Oh my god, what a beautiful use of utility and being able as a team to retake that Showers control. Panda able to get 2 of those players in the fade tether. That was so good. And this lurk as well, getting the timing onto Sky was just super important. But again, both these teams, every single round, it feels like it's coming down to some sort of clutch situation, Gompers. And now look at this. Look at this attack side. 5 ults. They have every single ult under their belt. They should hypothetically convert this round into a map win to get them the first map. But again, we have this raised rocket on the other side on Edith. We've seen them do work. This Brimstone ult trying to get any sort of pick and get all that space for free. And now it's just looking like Mesos, they're going to have to play a really fast game to catch up.
Out of which they can do. Mesos just looking for access here on the defense, but maybe pushing up just a bit too heavy, especially with the firepower Supercat has in their arsenal here. And right around the back goes Edith. Better than the rest. Meso, they're finding themselves in a situation where they could finally just take this away from Moonface. Not leading to that match point, but I guess the headshots are just stronger. Pop flash from Slandy. Slandy in a situation where, okay, redemption is there.
Oh, so close. Oh my gosh. Panini doing a really phenomenal job actually getting so many entries. It felt like just walking up towards that long beam, not being afraid and taking those picks, taking those aim battles. But they used 4 out of 5 of their ults that round, Gompers. They should have hypothetically converted this. We saw Edith coming out, flipping the tides once again. Edith has been so good with these multi-frags all map long. And now Slandy in this clutch scenario, we've talked about her, how about them in this clutch scenario every single time. It feels like if someone can do it, it's definitely them. And now back to the Showers default for Moonface. They've been doing a lot of work towards the Showers, a lot of space is being grabbed. They're not too worried about this long B just sending the fade out there, but it's been putting a lot of pressure towards Mesos.
That being said, can they break that down? Seems like not at the moment, but a lot more they can do. Seeming like moving out of the way. Ted is fluffy, does have the resurrection. They can sneak up behind Panda. Oh goodness. They had to rush it. That's so unfortunate. They had to rush it for the kill. Now picks coming through left and right for Moonface.
looking to regroup now. 5v3. This is their best case at winning this map. Avery running in with that fade ult. Beautiful, beautiful Nightmare to kind of get as much of the space as they can. And Panda, another 3K on the board. Supercat trying to find the shot on Habibti, but Habibti, she's left in this 1v5 conference. This is crazy. It doesn't look like there's anything she can do.
Oh. Supercat's fighting for their lives. Man, it's not going to be easy. Though I like the double wide swing coming through. I think right now, in this moment, right, for Unfees, they're definitely running off that high. They have the right approach to the game. They have the right approach to the way they're playing their attack. The defense a little bit risky, but I mean, does that really matter when your second half is way better?
True. I mean, both these teams look like they kind of got a hold of exactly what they wanted to do and how they wanted each of these rounds to play out. It was just a matter of timing and a matter of execution. So very well played by Unfees. Again, that was Meso's map pick. I did double check. I was in fact correct. That was Meso's map pick. Meso's was looking to play a little bit more puggy, but they were not prepared for Unfees with that double initiator, double controller comp, a little bit more meta comp than what we saw in Meso's. Maybe they're trying to throw them off. Who knows? But yeah, what a map.
I really like the Clove. I think the Clove was a good pick. I think there were moments where I feel like we could have played off it a little bit more, right? Clove is your duelist in moments where the ult is there, so like a little bit more util usage in the entry to help Clove out, maybe just clear the angles, and then from there, if they die, you have the team go in and you didn't lose a player. So like taking advantage of that more, I genuinely think Meso's Millionaires could have just cleared the board. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the second map that we have going on. This is exciting. I love to be back. We'll see you guys right back for more Energy Neon Dream.
Our generation has a choice. Turn away from the world's problems or chase them down. We refuse to sit back and watch them pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Rise to every challenge and overcome anything. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
choose, I'll take 'em when I'll make 'em mine. Don't get caught up in your feelings, just feel it. It's okay if you wanna cry. You wanna cry. You wanna cry. You wanna cry. Okay, you wanna cry. You wanna cry. You wanna cry. You wanna cry.
Hello, friends. We wanted to take a moment and thank our sponsor, the Army National Guard, for making this event possible. Gen Z is coming of age at a tough time with global pandemic, historical unemployment, and skyrocketing student debt. The media has counted them out. But the National Guard is a part-time commitment, so members can still work or go to school full-time. By pursuing multiple paths at once, Guard members set themselves up for future success. It is so fun to watch the Army National Guard's own team compete in here today and see how they are really balancing life as a whole with working, going to school, and also gaming. So you guys can do it too. Please make sure you go check out the Army National Guard if you have a moment. And also, I want to bring in my casters to join me along here and get their POVs on the National Guard as well as the National Guard team that we got to see. So ladies, I know for sure, Athena, you were commenting about how the National Guard has their own player, Allie, who's pregnant, but did you also know that Coffee is also pregnant? So they have 2 members of their squad that are pregnant and competing.
No way, that is actually insane. Wait, that is so like admirable, because like when you're pregnant, your hormones are all like, you know, up and down, and I feel like just in general you need a lot more nutrition, a lot more rest, and a lot more everything to be able to keep it up. And doing that on top of also doing so many other things and having all those other things on their plate, that is really, really, really commendable, and I can say that they're doing an amazing job.
Compers, did you get to watch a little bit of the Army team, or even if you did not, because I know you're very busy. You were just casting Ascension like yesterday, was it? So if you did not, how do you feel about just being able to balance work, life, and gaming as well? Because you do that a lot yourself.
It's hard, man. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's definitely hard in general too, especially like honestly, like to put yourself in a position where your plate is full. I think it's strong, like to know that you have the strength to do that and to kind of follow through with it. It's not an easy feat. I think people who know they can handle it definitely do. People who want to extend themselves a little further and push themselves past their limits are also extremely respectable for that. So I'd say like I look up to them. Truly, I really do. And they're the reasons why I try to do it too. So I give them huge kudos.
Awesome. So we just got to see these 2 teams battle it out, Misos versus Umphies, and it was a back and forth. When you stated, Athena, that this was going to be a banger and we were going to have unexpecteds, I feel like we definitely saw it. But I know particularly we wanted to cover the aspect of the team composition. So Gompers, what was your insight into this competition, and how do you think that it benefited more towards the side of Umphies?
I think overall, it wasn't even like the benefit. I feel like, in particular for Umphies, they had so much more to kind of play with. Oh, is this like turned over, I believe, right? Umphies was on the defense this time. I'm not sure. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. It is, for those of you watching, it is turned over. So Umphies is the one that's going at the moment 8-5, now 9-5. But I think their composition, they worked with it better. Like, there were occasions where you could see them working with the util, with obviously like the Gecko coming through, Carry making a lot of the flashes work for the team to gain those entries, right? Having that double initiator comp, they took advantage of it on the attack, which is where you got to see a lot of moments like these, right? Where you know, you did see those pop flashes move forward. There were so many more moments where you could gain the site. Mesos Millionaires, they had, in my opinion, the best composition where they could really work thoroughly with it to take a disadvantage to their aggressive comp. where you really could go aggressively on the outskirts, but it felt like they weren't taking advantage of that as much as they should have.
And with the fact of not taking advantage of, or maybe even if we could put this word out there, was their confidence wasn't really there, Athena. You stated it throughout the broadcast, which was you wanted to just see a little bit more from Miso's Millionaires. So can you give us kind of a little bit more of an insight on that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, kind of to touch up on what Gompers said, they did have a comp that had to be kind of this hyper aggressive, get these picks comp, because they don't have that much util to rely on. And so they needed that confidence to be able to take space, take it fast, take it confidently, to be able to get those picks. What we saw was a lot of hesitation when it came to entering onto the sites and being able to get out of those choke points. Yes, they didn't have that much util, but they still had the movement. They had the chamber able to run up. They also had the raise to be able to satchel up. So I just felt like that is something that they really needed to hone and be able to fully practice and bring into their game style to be successful with this comp. And that being said, you know, going into Haven as well, where you have such a more strategic style of gameplay, you need to be able to get those picks and be able to take space without really worrying too hard about whether or not you're going to get that first pick, and being able to take the first blood as well. So overall, they were almost there. It was so close. They were almost there. They just didn't have the perfect confidence that they needed to be able to take as much as they could have.
That's a great point, especially being that the next map that we are going to be going to is Haven, and this is a map choice by Umpies, as you guys can see. Miso's Millionaires, they need to find their confidence, they need to find the rhythm. So can their newest IGL Slandy lead them to the victory and take us into map number 3? Casters, take it away.
Maybe we'll be able to see a comeback. Who knows? But I'm kind of looking forward to it. Obviously, learning from their mistakes in the last game, and coming into this, it's a brand new day. It's a brand new map. I mean, it's not a brand new day, but it's a brand new map. It's a brand new time. We're going into Haven, and I'm seeing an ISO.
Huh. Hey, look at Yoru that you talked so poorly about.
Listen, Slandy. No, you know what? I like it. I like it. No, I like it. It's okay. Let me stop.
I feel like you struggled so hard on that one. But I want to point out this is Umfi's map pick, and their comp is kind of wild. The Yoru and the ISO, they're looking to do a lot of these micro little plays where they're getting space backside. They're using the TP to kind of cause a chaotic environment. They don't have that much util though. The flash mainly being on that Yoru. You have the paranoia, but I don't think it is gonna be that much. It feels like we're gonna face the same problem that Mesos had on that bind game, whereas Mesos, they're looking to have this really aggressive Neon and having somewhat of a meta comp. I mean, the KJ, the Sova, the Omen, and the Breach. Slandy and Edith, they've been doing a lot of work together, and it felt like that last game they really stood out to me. But they're gonna have to be able to kind of combine their stuns, combine their util to be able to get Edith up front and center and able to get those kills.
That they might. I think too, with like Carrot kind of, man, this is it's so weird seeing an ISO, because you're pretty much like saying, I'm better than you. Like, I could definitely 1v1 y'all, and at this point, it on Haven too is like, I'm really curious to see how this is gonna work out. Especially, I think the ISO is such a great pick if Carrie really is feeling it, which I think they are. They played pretty well going into the last map, so I'm looking forward to seeing how they're gonna use this overall.
Yeah, I feel like the only struggle they might have is kind of towards that A site, trying to get any of that space, because they have the Breach and Neon set up. But as I say that, they're starting out strong. They're using this pistol to go 4 players up towards that long A. ISO taking the short carry, trying to get those picks, and it's looking like it's just going to be a full A execute here.
They might be able to get themselves on the site. Habibti watching an angle of that. That's kind of catch them by surprise, but they still managed to take it away. Umfi's plays that just don't quit. I mean, there it goes. Just absolutely no trouble on the attack, keeping these players back, and now the smoke goes down.
1v2 Ted Fluffy looking to get something down, but the spike is planted. Both these players are going to be playing towards the same part of site, almost catching them off guard. Ted Fluffy trying to get a pick. ISO, Carry taking this 1v1, being a little bit scary. But it is kind of what you mentioned earlier where it says, you know, I'm kind of better than you. I'm just going to take these peeks. And now Panini, the spam through the smoke to secure this pistol round. Oomfy's looking hot already. I mean, I thought they were going to struggle a little bit getting out onto that site and taking control, but they just kind of ran up.
Yeah.
They just kind of just ran up, which I feel like we saw a lot of on Vine too.
And honestly, it worked. Like, it really did.
They walked up and got the whole site for free.
They knocked on the door, they opened, and at this point, like, they're all having dinner. It's fine. I like the approach, though. Like, they just wide swung together, and they had great potential. Like, that's... Oh, the homies are there, though. Okay, we're all walking up at this point, but it's okay. You got two players just watching, and the slow back off really has me, because they're just like, this was a big mistake.
They're like, we are not going there. The 4v2 staying grouped, just fully committing to this A hit. Really good call. Since they're just going up against these pistols, clearing this short, but Avery alone trying to get that clear, but Carry with a beautiful shot on the Guardian. Oh my god! Smoked through smokes again. This seems to be the kind of ideal issue that's happening amongst these games.
It could be good, though. Oomfy's, I want to see what they have util-wise, because I know, I mean, they're packing a Guardian, they're packing a... What else are they packing? Any ultimates? What's going on here? I really want to see. Okay, yeah, so... I mean, so far, so good. I think for retrieval for this round, I mean, the main hope is the Yoru. I can't believe I would say that, but I genuinely think, like, Slandy here make a big difference.
Yep, looking a little bit slower from both these teams. The bonus round for Oomfy's, they're looking to get some sort of information if they could. Neon showing themselves, showing all their presence towards A. And what's interesting is Oomfy's actually groups up towards A here. They do want to re-aggress. They've heard the falling off. They know that Sova and Neon are playing on this A site. They're still looking to put a lot of pressure towards this A. But this is where I think Oomfy's comp is pretty hard because they can't really put that much pressure on other sides of the map unless it's just the Cypher, which we see the Cypher is completely set up outside of this garage to try to catch some sort of rotation. But I don't think it's going to be enough to pull that many rotators off A.
Oh, but that's good backup. They do have Spike, and the A site's completely clear, so the retake's gonna have to make way, though. Beautiful off Panday, finding somebody off the back. Oh, actually, that's not Slandy. My apologies. That is Panday. Panday's back on the Yoru, and they're doing so much better. It's nice, too, because TP kind of fakes it out. Slandy waiting for the perfect moment to strike.
This round was completely turned for Oomfy's, just getting the timing on the rotates for the Yoru and the Cypher looking through that mid. And the re-aggression from Mesos is a little rough because they needed to use a little bit more util to be able to catch them off guard. They got the trade and Animal, able to get one, looking to potentially just save this Vandal because again, that was Oomfy's bonus round. They got so much of their economy messed up for Mesos and Animal. She's getting chased.
Run! Yeah, no running away. Done and dusted for the side of Oomfy's. They got 3 in a row, and that's honestly extremely impressive. To start off, you know, your quarterfinals, you just went through what, like 2 best of ones, 3 best of ones, and now you're in a position like this one where you're kind of chilling.
Yep, and that economy is going to be so messed up for Mesos. I'm pretty sure they're going to be on a save. At least some sort of sheriffs to go for it. We do have a couple of those stingers, but this is going to be a little bit rough, especially on that defense side, man, on Haven. They're not looking to do any aggressive plays, which is something I would have wished to see from Mesos. Even though it's an eco, I feel like you still just could take a lot of that space, try to walk up, try to do something together. We saw them do something similar on their pistol round, but now that they're on this eco, they can at least deny a lot of the economy. But again, that confidence has been seemingly an issue. Now Panday using the Yoru to get all this info.
And that's so good from Carrie. You can't get away. You cannot get away. The ISO working out so well. And again, that's the confidence that you need. Like, to work with a double duelist composition like this one, you need to know that you're on your A game. And it feels like they absolutely are. Already cam set down, information given away. Habibti's there. What do? You run it down.
When in doubt, run it down.
It is true. I do that in my comp games all the time.
Oh, so you're the one.
I am.
But yeah, beautiful, beautiful round. Carry with the 3K at the beginning. Lots of info from that Yoru ult. Again, Panday is playing this Yoru as a fully utilitarian Yoru, you know, using the rotates to kind of abuse those picks and also being able to get info and use the flashes for the team. I think it's been pretty impactful. Honestly, I think I underestimated this Yoru. I was looking more towards the Neon comp to be able to be a little bit more aggressive, but they're actually being able to find these picks. And now this full C execute is underway. ISO ulted Ted Fluffy, and Ted Fluffy was alone on the site. And getting spammed through the smoke. It was insane.
And right when they walk out it too. Nice of his millionaires. Could this be the time they finally bring back around? And it seems like maybe it is, right? So Neon's looking good. Already kind of giving themselves some sort of entry back. Edith and Habibti making the work happen. But that 1-4, finally they put themselves on the board, which is super, super nice.
And I think this is like one of those things where the comp changes how easy it is for each of these teams to execute onto a site, because that hold was purely because you can see the Neon stun, the breach flashes, being able to retake, even the ISO ult, removing that Omen off site. Even though Carrie didn't get the kill, the rest of the team still had trouble getting onto the site because they were so fast to rotate on the Meso side that they managed to get there super fast. And now 4 of these players playing towards mid, an Omen towards garage, and 3 towards that B. It's looking like a kind of different setup from Mesos on this defense side. They have 3 of these ults, but so do Oomphies, and they're trying to get the short A control, and they do.
Pretty much had that in the bag. And another bag they might just be able to get in terms of economy here if they win this round for Oomphies. So if they can, they will. Slandy's still left alive, so peeking this angle is probably not the best play. And they are keeping themselves pretty laid back, though up top, of course. Comes the Neon. Flash comes through. Nothing more to it. Pandy with information. Okay, the breach is there. They know exactly what to play with here.
Really good post round because no one is playing on site. They know that they have so much util to take it. The Sova ult is enough to delay for a little bit longer, but the spike is actually stuck to half. They still have the breach ult tapped, but again, oh my god, is anyone gonna be able to spam this? Carrie is there just in time, even though they were fully stunned. That got a little bit scary, but again, that was really well played by Oomphies. They played completely off site. They knew they had so much util to retake. Really, really overall well read by Oomphies.
It's good too, because it feels like they're kind of thinking like, okay, Neon has ult here. Do we really want to be on site when this is happening? Like, let's take a step back, and that's the worrying issue too. But with Edith still having that, so they're going to try to play around that again. Will it work? I'm kind of hoping. Like, I think Edith definitely going for a more aggressive play here though towards long.
Especially because their economy is so messed up right now. I feel like they might rely on saving it till the next round, but I mean, they're just holding it down. They really are just holding. This is a little bit rough. I feel like you have to be a lot more confident. You're just letting them take so much of this A control and this A space, when in reality, Mesos have way more util to fight this out, and Habibti just getting caught off guard backside.
That's so unfortunate for Mesos millionaires. They like really need every single player to just keep hold. And they keep giving early fights, which is like just leading to this constant eruption of, okay, we lose a player, now how do we play this?
And I feel like to a certain extent, if they do want to take fights, they have every single piece of util that they need in order to do so. It's just a matter of they're not able to kind of do that first and peak with their util, they're just kind of dry peaking. And I feel like that's where a big issue lies. This kind of micro issue for Mesos and Oomphies. This is their map pick. They're looking really confident. And they're just looking to hit the C site.
Yeah, it does. Nobody left on site. Everybody kind of preoccupying a little bit more towards B and A, but here the flank comes. Panday. Oh, in such a good position. They do have a lot to work with here. Phantom along the backside of Slandy, and now information given away. Carry ending it up with a flawless.
It's just so hard because, like, if you're in Meso's shoes, you need to be taking a lot more map control with this comp. It's good for retakes, but it's not good when you're constantly retaking in 4v5, 3v5 scenarios. And I feel like they're just letting Oomphies walk up and take whatever space they need. I think it's a good thing now, though, this round that they've switched the Killjoy, the animal playing onto that A site, able to potentially hold it down and delay for a little bit longer. And it looks like they're going to go for something aggressive towards mid, which is something they haven't tried before.
Oh, and they've broken it down. Animal, good call on the pushback, though, because with that information, it's really just not want to keep themselves left in the middle of sight. And this is good. This is obedience. This is keeping yourself laid back, because you know you have a lot to work with here, especially in terms of now having a shot on somebody else. So elimination down. And a four-player advantage.
This is wild. We have an economical advantage towards Oomphies, but the number advantage is towards Mesos, making it a 4v2 now. The Neon ult being popped, Edith playing a lot more aggressive, and now Avery left in this 1v4, but the spike is being fully stuck. That was actually, I did not expect Mesos to win this round, only because the mid play took so long to kind of go underway. I thought they were going to flank, but instead the Neon and Omen decided to fast rotate. So it did work out in the end. So maybe they found their new calling. Maybe leaving that KJ towards A is going to be some sort of comfort towards them, because again, they've done the same setup now for this round, and they're looking to do this garage trap play once again. And I feel like this trap play is going to be super, super important, because it does look like Oomphies is going to be playing towards that C side as well. So really fast rotates, should be really quick on the util as well to kind of support the breach backside. So Mesos, they have this round kind of cut out for them.
When the workup is so good, especially now with Panday having the ultimate. They can work themselves a little bit more. Finally, the ultimate! I love this! We get to see what the 1v1's going. And I forgot that you can walk through walls there. So Slaney was just going for the I got you approach. It didn't work out. And Oomphies, yeah, they're just winning the gunfights at this point. The 1v1's kind of coming through. Isolations now sort of sorting itself out. And Panday running off a high of just playing into that Yoru.
And I feel like these kind of rounds are the ones that remind me how close this game actually is, because ideally both teams had everything perfectly set up. It was just a matter of exactly what you said. Whoever's just winning the gunfights, winning those fights.
Yeah.
And now Oomphy is looking on top, chasing after those kills, cornering them in spawn, but Animal actually getting two, but it doesn't matter because she already had her ult online. And now this next round, 7-2, the scoreline is really, really pulling away for Oomphies here. It's looking a little bit rough for Mesos.
It's not going to be easy to take this back. I feel like, especially now, like your economy's so bad. 7-2 Oomphies on a roll on a map that they're comfortable on. So now you're like in their territory, and it really is just not working out. They're doing hero rifles though, so I'm assuming they're going to play a little bit more towards Animal's ult.
Yeah, maybe. I feel like hopefully they have some sort of play in hand. They have 3 players towards this B here. I think any sort of contact is gonna pop some util, but that flash going a little bit too early, but it doesn't matter because Edith with 2, picking 2 players off that window. Oomphies, Sova, and Isu trying to walk up and re-aggress here, but do they know that these 2 players are not moving? Animal is here as well to get the pick on the Omen. 3K, can they make it 4? Animal with another yoink, getting that 4K away from Edith. But what a read. Meso's just sitting on B, playing aggressive, doing some sort of trap play, which is something that I've been asking for them for so long.
Oh, you've been asking them for that?
oh, was that you?
Was that you? I was like, what? I've just been asking for an autograph. I don't know. I don't have that sort of no, but yeah, overall, good for Mrs. Millionaires to start bringing it back up. This is exactly what, like, just the eruption of having the Neon kind of pull that ultimate out was very, very good, especially on a round like that one. They can't play with the ultimates every single round though, which is going to be unfortunate, but I mean, seeing as they're doing pretty well right now, Edith just looking to maybe make a wide swing through, but Super Cat knows that there is a fight that 100% can be won out. I do like trade potential here though.
Oof, Edith with a slide kill, but Carrie is there to trade up, and Avery getting a trade onto Slandy. Both these kills going back and forth, and Carrie's left all of a sudden in a 1v3. She's stuck in short KJ turret, but she has this spike on them. Omen is so far away, but it doesn't matter because you have two players playing with this KJ setup. Carrie just kind of chilling, waiting to see if anything happens. Drone doesn't spot a thing. They're still going to go towards this A site.
He's looking good. Carrie does not know that there's 3 players there.
30 seconds left.
They're so backed up in terms of Mesa Millionaires, but better! I guess leave Carrie on the ice so every day. Already do the 1v1. At this point, you just win. Just take it. Take it. I feel like the ult would be so good here. I'm sorry. I'm like, oh yeah, it's happening. You force the fight. There's no advantage you can take. I feel like
my god.
I was about to say playing with time might have been better, but I guess not.
If you're Carrie, you don't play with time, you just fight. What the hell? You just go for it. That was crazy. That was actually insane. That was an insane 1v3. This looked, again, Meso, they had the trap play towards that short A. They played off the KJ turret, they had the breach stun ready, they had the neon slide in order to get it, but Carrie literally just winning that round for their team by getting an insane 3K. Don't even forget, they got the trade at the beginning of the round on that short A too. Everything just fell into place for Carrie, and last map, Carrie was on the top of the scoreboard, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case again this map, Gompers.
Carrie's just like, listen, it's late. Let me go to bed. I'm gonna play ISO.
I played 3 VO1s today. Like
now I gotta play best of 3. Like definitely not feeling it. Oh my gosh! But I don't think Edith is not playing around either. They want to go to bed too, but they're okay with playing maybe just a little bit more seconds to try to get themselves back in the lead. 8-3. That's really far off from Aces Millionaires. They need this round to kind of close things off, but a 1v3, I mean, listen, we've seen Carrie do it. Slaney can do it too. Absolutely, already first shot down. 8 bullets left, down to the right-hand side, though. Wide swing, and this is great teamwork.
Super fast-paced round to end out that half. Oomphies just going back to how they were playing earlier, taking a lot of that A space, a lot of that A control, and just fully executing off of these picks. Again, I feel like Mesos, they still have a really good shot of coming back into this. Yes, the scoreline is 9-3, but they were showing a lot of promise. They started doing a lot of their trap plays. They started playing a little bit more aggressive, and it just felt so much better towards the end, where they did get those couple of rounds just kind of in a row. But now, this attack side for them, they're looking to go C, and I feel like with this Breach and Neon combo, you cannot go wrong when it comes to taking a site fast.
Yeah, honestly, you can't go wrong, because we've seen Oomphies do it. They've had such a good time, and I think the pressure definitely starts to, it scares some of these players to the point where they start to, take fights like this, isolating themselves. Avery could have very well gotten out of the way in a moment like that when Panday left in spawn. What's going on there?
Panday 2 feet into spawn but got caught off because Animal was just waiting for it. That is such an Animal thing to do. Playing the lurk role and being able to completely counter the Yoru. No more gimmick plays for Panday. Now this retake is looking ever so tough. 4 players on site just holding it down.
And they are chilling. The attack, so good. Not a lot of struggle happening there, but maybe actually a big turnaround starting off in the defense. And they haven't. I'm not even sure how. Like, that should not have happened. So many players watching. But I guess, like, the whiff really just took account there. Oomphies, they're still in it.
That round, I literally have no idea what just happened because everything just happened so quick.
Right? Yeah.
But we just saw the paranoia coming in, and I feel like this is one of those moments where Mesos shows that they're not as polished as Oomphies, which is why Oomphies is taking these rounds little by little, because, you know, they're not watching enough angles, they're not playing the right spots or positions in order to trade off of each other. Instead, they all got clumped up in a group on that C site and ended up getting util dumped, and unfortunately couldn't swing and trade enough. So that was looking really good for Mesos. I mean, props to them. They had the confidence in the beginning of the round to just run up, off contact, break the Cypher cam. They played it out perfectly. But now, coming into this round, eco round coming in for Mesos. And this defense side, 3 players towards A.
I've knocked it down. Well, taking a clear, but yeah, they just can't get by the weaponry that Oomphies has invested in this time, especially in the save round. So Mesos Millionaires just backing themselves off to pick a fight, the isolation there, but they need to work as a team. Nobody's swinging out in time, and they just leave this for Carry. Oh my gosh.
Is this an aim training routine? What am I? Is this a DM? Are we in a DM right now? Because Carrie is.
That kind of, yeah.
That, what an insane round, and Edith left in this 1v4. I mean, I know it was an eco, but that was still so impressive. Carrie and the Guardian, literally name a better duo. I feel like even the last half, they were spamming through Cypher cages and got 2 kills as well. So Carrie, overall, beautiful, beautiful kills and beautiful, beautiful hold. Being able to play this aggressive, push up towards that A site, past the A site and all the way through, almost into their spawn, is actually wild when you think about it. Because they're on pistols. You don't want to normally be that aggressive and get that close contact with them. But Carrie, they don't care. And I feel like Oomphies are really taking the momentum that they have from these last few rounds and putting it into action.
I mean, I would take it too. They're going on a roll. If momentum is exactly what you need to continue doing what you're doing, then go ahead and do it. Because at this point, Oomphies, not only is the double duelist working out, but I guess everybody else on the team is literally on their A game today. Edith is ready to make their A game shine above the rest, understanding that it's a fake. This might have actually helped them out just a little bit. Panini taking a shot with the Sheriff, but a 4v4 situation.
All 4 of these players playing off-site, but the smoke is going to deny them from seeing that spike. But it doesn't matter. 2v2 all of a sudden, spraying through the smoke. Carrie pushing through that smoke, trying to get another pick, and the spam from Animal to end that round. No diffuse for Avery. I like the confidence on Carrie to push through that smoke. But again, that was still a little bit rough on the economy for Mesos. They managed to get that round down, but they also lost 3 guns in the process.
I mean, that was a big pickup from Mesos, but if they don't continue that pickup here, it could really go wrong. They could collect an orb for Animal. I think orb collection is definitely the key here to keeping that success, because if not, they're just stuck in a bad place. They're going to lose out in the battles here, going down to the 1v1, unless Edith has anything to say about it, but already first pick comes through.
Oomphy is just taking the fights as they see fit, and another 3 kills for Panini this time with that Guardian. This is insane. Just peeking with this Guardian, taking their fights. Oomphies, they're really running away with this. They know that Slamby is trapped in this corner. 4K, can it be an ace for Panini here? Running back up. And an ace for Panini. Wow. That is insane. I just almost started clapping in the middle of casting. That's how pumped I was for that ace. That was actually wild.
Mike, and it is to lead up the match point. Panini just cooked. Literally just cooked. With a Guardian, by the way. I just wanted to let you guys know. Like, actually walking around playing deathmatch here. But That's crazy. And it's not even that Mesos Millionaires can't handle these players. It really is just like formation overall. They're in positions where it's so hard to take like any sort of refrag, and then it's so punishable right there. That is not something that should happen on in any basis. Any basis.
Yeah, you're 100% right. It just feels like they're not ready for these trades. They're not able to make the trades, and they're also not in positions, like you said, to put themselves in those angles, to put themselves kind of in that advantage to take control of whatever situation they're in. And I feel like, again, that's why I just feel like it's so much more polished. And Ted Fluffy making their way all the way up to the C site, but the Sova has spotted them, an ISO ult here. Carry taking this 1v1, being successful, but it's a 5v2 for Mesos.
And they just end every single life they could ever possibly be put on the board. Now this might just be the last one. Sandy looking to hold on though. Okay, it's match point. But maybe that's the pressure that they needed to be able to keep this one going. Already headshot not connecting. But it is exactly what it should be. The defenders taking the game for this 2-0 sweep across the board. But this map in particular was looking very, very good.
Yeah, I feel like, again, Oomfies, they were prepared. This was their map pick. We knew that they were going to have some sort of advantage coming into it. But I did not expect them to look that much more polished than Mesos. I thought Mesos would have a little bit stronger of a game plan with that Neon and that Breach. But again, exactly like you mentioned, the trades just weren't there. The positioning unfortunately wasn't there. Even in their post plans, it felt like they were just a little bit lacking, a little bit scared, also playing in these positions that weren't really tradable. So at the end of the day, Mesos, they put up a really, really good fight. But Oomfies, I mean, Oomfies and their Guardians, man, like I think that was they should put on the scoreboard Guardians on top of Carry, because that was insane. Like, I feel like all these players just played out of their minds for that final map.
Listen, they absolutely cooked. And they not only did they did the prep work, they chopped up the veggies, they made the food, they brought it to me, and I ate it. I ate it all. And it was very good. It was very yummy. I loved it. Thank you for the performance. And I am gonna say, like, Mesos Millionaires, it's again, it's not that this is a team that really can't handle it. It's just that in terms of the mechanics, when it comes to moments where the intensity is starting to get really high, it really just feels like it starts to crumble. Because in the beginning of the first game, of the first map that we saw, they had like so many coordinated plays that I felt like were working out, and it just started to crumble a little bit, and then they were taking 1v1s, and then from there it kind of just led into, you know, just not being able to play continuously. But I do believe we actually have a break, and then we'll break things down with Cute Noob on the other side of things. So we'll see you guys soon for this Energy Neon Dream.
Umphys had the zoomies because they zoomed through this series. They were like, we are ready to call it a day. Gompers, I heard you talking about it. It's been a long day. These players have been gaming for about 5, even 6 hours, maybe even 7 if they got on earlier to warm up. But I wanted to talk about why Umphy was so successful in this series, just shutting down anything that we saw their opponents bring out, Athena.
I feel like what Mesos was bringing to the table hypothetically was really good, but it just felt like it wasn't as polished as it needed to be. They were walking up, giving these picks, giving so much space to Umphys, and a huge ups for Umphys for being able to take a lot of that and run away with it. They were able to take the space. As soon as they saw a little kind of opening, they were aggressive and they took what they needed in order to win each round. I mean, both teams, they did perform, but again, this comp just looked a little lackluster from Mesos, knowing that they could have set up so much more and done so much more with their util in order to set themselves up for success. But Umphys, this is their map pick. They knew what they were doing on Haven. I didn't believe in this comp as much as I should have, but they genuinely just changed my mind because everything that they did was really impactful.
Oh, I love that. I agree with you. The Yoru and ISO, I saw that and I was like, I don't know about this. I don't know about the vibe. But there were specific players, Gompers, that you wanted to highlight and really made an impact for this team.
Yeah, I think in particular it was the 2 duelists here. I feel like the entries were pretty spot on. I didn't really see any issues with the initial engagements that they had actually taken too. Like, they were always going in. They were always executing pretty nicely, and it felt like they always went out on their fights. First Bloods wise, I'm definitely sure they got more than, like, as a team, definitely more than 13. They were owning, and it was definitely Panday and oh my gosh.
Carrie, you got this.
Carrie! I was about to say Katie, and
Our
I'm like,
girl,
who's Katie?
come on!
I was about to say Katie. Who's Katie? But yeah, Carrie was cooking, and Panday was cooking as well. I think both of those players definitely deserve a spotlight.
Yeah, and I think Panday also on the Yoru really surprised me. I talked about this a little bit during the match, but they were using the Yoru in a way more strategic way that I thought that they would. Like, they were using their flashes, one, to set up the team, obviously, but also once they set up the team, they were able to go back into mid, go back and catch those rotations off and play a lot more annoying of a Yoru and making sure that their team was kind of questioning where this Yoru was or exactly how they're going to be playing. So being able to pick up and abuse those rotations was really good as well. So definitely the right choice to talk about the duelists.
We love to see it, especially a really great Yoru. But you know what else we love to see? We love to see the bracket. What else is going on throughout this tournament that we didn't get to keep an eye on? I know for sure that Umphys will be rematching YFPX in their next upcoming match, which is a rematch not only of today, Best of 1, but also of the Game Changer Series 3 close quarter. I am.
You got this.
I am done for
I
today.
believe
My
in you.
brain is
You
gone.
got it.
Qualifiers that just happened. They actually Umphys lost to YFPX 2-0. So this is gonna be a really great one to watch because there's some bad blood. There's some beef going on there, and we like that, right? As far as the other matches, they're still kind of going on here. But what do you think is going on for the Refrag and Teddy Tactics, Gompers?
Man, that's a great question. For Refrag and Teddy, I'm thinking, you know what? I'm a Teddy believer. I'm a Teddy believer. My dog's name in Spanish means teddy bear too, so I feel like I'm obligated to pick Teddy Tactics. I think their team has prepped to the max, and they have been, honestly, even under this like 1-to-1, like, I feel like their resolve is absolutely crazy. I've seen them in very difficult moments where they kept smiles on their faces. So this team is like not only the happiest, most mentally strong Forte team I've ever seen in my life, but they are definitely a strong contender.
I agree. Mental up always. And for FlyQuest and I'm not even going to say the whole name. We're going to call him Nuke. Thank you, production, for shortening that name. What do you think is going on there, Athena?
Well, I think giving Wingman 2 nuclear devices is I just have to say the full name. I actually have to say the full name. I feel like Fly for sure is obviously first seed. They've been one of the strongest contenders in this tournament and in Game Changers in general. They're up there with YFP. So definitely surprised that the match isn't over yet. But that does mean that Nuke team is giving them a lot of issues and kind of pushing back and showing what they can bring. I think Fly has some weaknesses, so does YFP, so does everyone else, and maybe Nuke is able to kind of use their aggressive playstyle and their kind of sporadic playstyle to abuse that and get away with that. So I think it's not over till it's over, and knowing that Fly hasn't ended yet means that Nuke is definitely still in the running.
I love that. I am looking forward to seeing what and how those two series end up going, because that's going to dictate a lot of what we're going to see tomorrow. Today, though, you guys are probably like, what happened? I just got here. Number one, you're late, but that's okay. We had 3 best of 1s and 1 best of 3. We just finished seeing Umpies do an upset over Miso's Millionaires, and that kind of sums up our day. But tomorrow we have 3 best of 3s, and honestly, we can't thank you guys enough. My casters, you guys have been doing wonderful. Athena and Gompers, as well as Zobi and Becky Bear, our production. Thank you so much for keeping us on track. Banger music we heard in the chat. They love the music. Keep the good playlist going. And last but not least, our sponsor, Army National Guard. My brain is done along with these players. Thank you so much for making this possible, and honestly bringing out a Game Changers team as well. I know that they said in the chat that they are looking forward to being a part of more events and being a part of, in general, the Game Changer scene. So we look forward to seeing you guys be a part of this. And to everyone at home, we hope you have enjoyed the broadcast. We hope to see you tomorrow as well, and enjoy the replays.
Our generation has a choice. Turn away from the world's problems or chase them down. We refuse to sit back and watch them pass us by. Watch us fly ahead. Rise to every challenge and overcome anything. Watch us become the next greatest generation.
Spike.